Cek, cek, cek, cek, cek, satu dua cek, cek, cek, cek, satu dua cek. I would like some pizza.
was feeling so good. It was good. Lo nggak tahu lagu ini? Feel like that I wish if I could. Is that wrong? Lo nggak tahu? Maybe at the city of fun. Is it high? Does it snow down? Oh yang karaoke. Set a time, but who knows? Chances are I step out of line, but who knows? Who knows your? Tell me but yeah, girl, you and I like that. Lately I've been thinking that perhaps I open my tau nggak? Vision to the blind. Blurring up the lines. I open my eyes. Lo tau lagi nih. As one layer open, like the wind between the chimes, holding on to what we had together. Sing the moan of my persistent, hopeless lullabies. I know that I can sleep forever. I open my eyes. Her face lingers on the walls. She's stuck on rewind. Now, Rick. I try to move on. Apa sih? I open my eyes. Her face lingers on the walls. Kayaknya gue bisa dah, nggak tahu juga sih. One day. I try pas mau passion.
Salah tekan, sorry ya. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bang Pranata yang nelpon seharusnya.
Hai. Oke. Nyanyi apa? Nyanyi apa? Nyanyi apa?
Naik permit.
Buset. Karaoke ya? It's making you cry every time you give your love to me. This way, show me.
Tes tes satu dua tiga, tes tes satu dua tiga.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Every day you go.
No, Hah?
Ntar lagi Christmas ya.
Iya anjir. Gak ngerasa ya?
Ntar lagi Christmas guys. So we're going to hell yeah, we're going to sing about a Christmas song. Asadik.
Let's just go. Let's go.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Everywhere you go. Take a look at the 5 and 10. It's listening once again. With candy cans and silver lens aglow. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Christmas. Toys in every store. With the prettiest sight to see is the holiday that will be on your own front door. A pair of umbrella with a pistol and strings, the wheels are running in there. Those that will talk and will go for a walk is the hope of Janice and Jen. And mom and dad can hardly wait for school to start again. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Christmas, Christmas, everywhere you go.
Wherever you go,
There's a tree in the Grand Hotel, one in the park as well. It's very kind and doesn't mind the snow. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Soon the bells will start, and the tin that will make them ring is a carol that you sing right within your heart.
it's been to look all. It's been to look.
Merry Christmas,
Look,
everyone.
a lot like Christmas, baby. It's look like Christmas, baby.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Yes. Come on, honey.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Toys in every store. But the prettiest sight to see is the holly that will be on your own front door.
For just a change to win your heart. Sikat Rick. Yo.
Let's go.
Bikin.
Let's just go.
Just a chance to win your heart. You said the door beyond the stars. I'll do anything. Oh, dia cepet.
Anything you ask me to.
Suara doang lo.
Say on the moon, once we learn to fly, and the mountain you can point to. I wanna climb, it's crazy but it's true. There's nothing I won't do. I risk it all. for you to hold your hand, call you mine. I'll try to be your man till the end of time. Oh, I'll do anything, anything you ask me to. I'll run through a fire just to be by your side. If your heart's on the line, you can take mine. It's crazy, but it's true. There's nothing I won't do. I'll risk it all for you. I will swim across the sea just to show you. Sacrifice my life just to hold you. I could go on and on to prove that you belong here in my arms. Risk it all. I would risk it all for you, baby.
I see. Come on. Okay, let's go.
Let's go. Say you want the moon, watch me learn to fly, and a mountain you could point to. I wouldn't climb, it's crazy, but it's true. There's nothing I won't do. I risk it all for you. It's crazy, but it's true. There's nothing I won't do.
I'd risk it all for you.
Let's go.
I used to think that I wasn't fine enough.
Live, live the door open, babe.
Fine enough.
And I think that I wasn't fine enough.
Uh,
Maybe. I used to think that I wasn't fine enough.
Thank you, handsome.
I used to think that
Eric,
I wasn't
Eric.
fine enough. And I won't waste my time trying to figure out why you're playing games. Kedengaran ya? What's this all about? And I can't believe you're holding me. I met your girl, what a difference. I met your boy, what a difference. Yeah. What you saying? You ain't saying. But I guess it was all just to make believe. Oh, oh, oh. This one? Never knew what I was missing. Tapi goyang-goyangnya itu. Goyang-goyangnya itu. Never knew what I was missing. But I knew once we start kiss. Gimana ya? was this all about? You're harder than me. I met your boy, what a difference. What you say, what you say, you insane. Yes. But I guess it was all just to make believe. Ayo dari ulang tak, dari ulang tak. Sebelah sebelah. Ah, dari ulang dari ulang.
Hmm?
Sekarang dari ulang lagunya.
Oh, dari ulang. Yoi.
Oh, love. Hentai?
Tes.
Gue lagi bener-bener
Main karakter banget.
imagine. Sini. Gerana.
I used to think that I wasn't fine enough, and I used to think that I wasn't wild enough.
But I won't waste my time trying to figure out why you're playing games, what's this all about? And I can't believe you're harder than me. I met your boy, what a difference. What you saying here, you ain't saying in me. But I guess it was all just to make believe. Oh, love. Never knew what I was missing, but I knew once we start kissing, I
Oh,
found
yang ini.
love. Never knew what I was missing, but I knew once we start kissing, I found you. Udah dah hafal.
Oh, lu
Gue nyanyi.
oke.
You so empty alone, your tongue, my soul can't go on without you. My rainy days fade away. When you come around me, baby, wishing closer to far. Where you go out, never knew what I was missing, but I knew once we start kissing, I found love. Never knew what I was missing, but I knew once we start kissing, I found you.
Ah, gua nggak.
Know you. Now you gone, what I'm gonna do? Your empty my heart, my soul can't go on, baby, without you. Fade away when you come around and say you're insane. Boy, I don't want you to leave me. I need you, need you. Never know what I was missing, but I knew once we start kissing, I found love. Never knew what I was missing, but I knew once we start kissing, I found love. That should be me. That should be me. After this, we create Gue nggak hafal.
Ya kan liriknya.
Okay, let's go. No, no, I mean I don't know.
Wah,
The first.
ini lagu siapa nih? Siapa ini?
Oh, it's two man. The second man. Berat bebanku meninggalkanmu. Let's go.
Darling, I can't explain where do we lose our way. Girl, it's driving me insane. And I know I just need one more chance to prove my love to you. If you come back to me, I'll guarantee
That I'll never let you go.
and
We go back to the days our love was strong. Can you tell me how our perfect love goes wrong? Can somebody tell me how to get things back the way they used to be?
oh God, give me a reason. I'm down on bended knees.
Whoa. Again, you
Till you come back to me, I'm down on bended knee. So many nights I dream of you. Holding my eyes out tight, I know that I don't need to be alone. When I open my eyes to face reality.
Every moment without you,
Asik.
it seems like eternity. I'm begging you, come back to me. We go back to the days our love was strong. Can you tell me how our perfect love goes wrong? Can somebody tell me how to get things back the way they used to be? Oh God, give me a reason. I'm down on bended knees. Oh, I'll never walk again
Till
until
you
you
come
come back
to me, I'm down on bended knees.
Baby,
I'm sorry.
Halo.
Do you need the table? check, check, check, satu. Check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, satu. Check, check, check, check, check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, check, check. 1, 2, 3, check, check, check, check, check, check. Test. 1, 2, 3, test, check, check. Yang mana? Gedenya mana? Cek, cek. Tapi kecil. Cek, cek.
Hello, good afternoon. We're waiting for people to come in, so we're starting in 5 minutes. Thank you. Hello. Okay, it's 1 o'clock. We gave them enough time to come in. I hope that other people will attend. Welcome to the annual general meeting of Performance Studies International, which we do every time we have an annual conference. Welcome everybody to everyone who is on site here, but also please applaud for people on Zoom. We have people attending online. All right. First of all, so you are going to meet the members of the board. I'm not going to mention them for now, but I'd like to welcome specifically two new members of the board who have joined us for the very first time at this board meeting for Jakarta, and these are Sergio Pereira Andrade, Vice President, and Bryce Lee's Vice President. All right. Thank you very much. I also would like to acknowledge the presence of, I hope that they are here, but at this conference, we have two former presidents of PSI, Ed Shear, who served from 2007 to 2011, and Sean Metzger, who you heard yesterday as a keynote speaker, 2016 to 2020. Please applaud for the presence of our former presidents. And then we also have former members of the board. Some of them are in the room. Can I please ask you to stand? Now I see Felipe Cervera. Very good. Who else? Nian Yuan Cheng, who used to attend the board for FAB, the Future Advisory Board. Thank you very much. And then, is there anyone here who was a past conference organizer? Okay, Bryce for the London conference, thank you, 2024. And then Sergio for the Fortaleza conference, which happened only 6 months ago. Woo! Great. So, I'd like to proceed to the report by the president. I'm Jasmine Liana, president of Performance Studies International, and I'd like to begin the meeting with a brief kind of overview of what we are doing, and then also what we're going to expect for today. Okay. Somebody's taking care of it. All right. So thank you all for coming to the annual general meeting this year. Your presence means so much for the association, which thrives on the strength and continuing commitment of its membership, mainly our individual members like yourselves who are here today, and also those who are joining us on Zoom from across the world, but also our institutional members about whom our development officers will speak more later. The PSI membership changes and expands every year as we continue to welcome first-time attendees at our conferences, while also gladly reuniting with old PSI faithfuls. Try to see what, on which side you identify. This is something we celebrate because PSI is alive and continuing, renewing itself at every iteration of its conference and at the other events we have been organizing in between the annual conferences. Each time we gather And through the other avenues of exchange, we have established new ideas as well as new insights and questions emerge about what is performance studies as a field or disciplinary formation, if we can now speak of it as a discipline of scholarly inquiry and artistic and activist practice, and how we can or are able to respond to issues of the world or of our various localities, or how we continue to be challenged to be consequential and productive and relevant in the face of these real world problems: genocide, ecocide, femicide, hunger, the slow or quick deaths of communities, the dissolution of departments of humanities, and so on and so on. Many of us realize the conference can be overwhelming. We grapple with choosing where to go, what sessions to attend, how we can make the best use of our time, how to carve a path through what seems, on the first day at least, like a forest of ideas and a crowd of strangers. Many of these have been coming up in the Thinking Together sessions at this conference. Please do attend the last session happening later today. I cannot confidently say we have become smarter at organizing our conference, although we continue learning. But we certainly are always excited by what our conference hosts offer, how they engage us, what we experience together, how we solve practical difficulties together, not as host and guest, but as co-creators of what is and what PSI becomes. In this meeting today, you will hear about the many aspects of our work as PSI through the updates of our officers on the PSI board. And you are invited to pitch in your ideas. We will have a brief breakout session after the officer updates. I hope that you will all come and take part in the breakout discussions. And just saying this, I saw Ed Shear. Will you please stand up to be recognized? Ed Shear was our president in 2007 to 2011. Thank you very much. So from my end, I can tell you I've been directly running the consulate program and also co-convening on behalf of PSI, the Global Arts Pact. Can you please move the slides? Forward, please. Forward. All right. So the Consulate. PSI Consulate is our knowledge exchange platform happening throughout the year. It is a series of web-based events which has enabled small-scale interactions connecting and enlivening the various communities of PSI outside of and in between the annual conferences, the working groups, the Future Advisory Board, the PSI institutional members, among others. Started in 2021 by the working group officers when we had to cancel the conference because of the pandemic. Constellate was rebooted in 2025 and is continuing this year, now on its third edition. Please move the slide. Next slide, please. Okay. So this year, the events are already announced on the website. Please visit and take a look at the event descriptions, organizer profiles, and so on. And the registration is open. We would like to welcome you to these events as attendees, but I'd like to also invite you to submit a proposal. Our submission portal is a live submission portal. You can still submit proposals for 2026. We are offering small grants to support organizational costs like small honorarium payments for invited speakers. These events may be something already organized as an on-site event, but which we can share or you want to share with our PSI membership and their networks. So there are therefore opportunities for institutional members to participate in the work of PSI, as well as opportunities for PSI individual members to showcase their work and get peer feedback and support. One of the really big things in the Constellate calendar last year, 2025, was a series of events organized by a PhD student in the UK, and her PhD project had artists, mainly from India, talking about various things. So she had something like 7 events in the series of events that we had as part of Constellate. And it was very engaging and exciting. Okay, so next slide, please. All right, so these are the events already set up for 2026. July 15 already happened. That was during the first day. Sadly, we didn't have any on-site participants, but it still happened online and on-site at the Sulawesi room. And this is by the working group Border Epistemologies. Quiet Hours is by an individual artist, Eleni, who is based in Greece. That's going to happen July 23. The next one is a series of 3 events organized by the literature department of De La Salle University, my own department. And this is dialogues doing performance studies in literature departments. And then the next one is organized by our secretary, Anna Kimmel, in collaboration with 2 artists. Moving Relations in Latinidad Performance, an artist-scholar talk. The December event, December 11, Southern Sky at the Edge of the Visible, the Familiar, and the Rational, is organized by Amara Rahim, together with the Dance Studies Association in Australia, I think. No. And then we have a series of town halls happening, well, later today, the second one, and then the third one is going to happen on the 26th. But I'll tell you about that more a bit later. And then the Artistic Research Working Group will have events online August 15, September 1, and October 14 to 15. And the last one on this list is organized by the Anti-Racism and Anti-Colonialism Advisory Committee of PSI, together with artists in the Philippines and also in Canada. So Marawi's Multi-Species Between War and Climate Change, a transitional collaboration between Filipino artists and artists in Canada. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so those are posters for each of the events. Go on, please. And you can find them on our PSI Facebook and Instagram pages, as well as on the dedicated pages for Constellate on the PSI website. Next, please. Okay, good. And next slide. All right, so the next one, or 3 of the events within the Constellate program are town halls of a consortium of international associations calling itself the Global Arts Pact. The consortium is composed now of 19 international associations across the world within the arts and humanities. So all of the very familiar names of international associations are there, based in the US, based in the UK. TAPRA is here, ATE, ISTR is the Irish Society for Theatre Research. We also have the International Association of Theatre Critics. We have the EASTOP, European Association for the Study of Theatre and Performance. We have ASTR, we have Drama HE, and so on and so forth, including the Theatre Library Association and several others. So the Town Halls series actually started in the in the event, now which IFTR organized in, where was that again? In Cologne, yeah, in Cologne in 2025. and I was invited as one of the speakers, within a kind of plenary roundtable, and it was that town hall that sparked the idea of um, organizing a bigger consortium, a bigger collaboration of international associations, because the big question really that was posed during that town hall was, how are we at all addressing issues that concern our memberships? Um, we are international associations, we have memberships across the world, but we cannot even prevent people from getting laid off or made redundant, or or all of the issues which we face now, within the humanities, arts and humanities sector. We are not able to do anything about that. And so we decided to come together. We've had several meetings. We had this first town hall this year on censorship, and here at Jakarta we are doing the second town hall. The idea of the town hall is really a way for us, not for us, meaning to say the members of these international associations, to meet each other, to exchange concerns, to educate ourselves, no, to educate each other about the issues that we face, and then also look for bright ideas about how we can really work together. Because this question, while it is simple, perhaps straightforward, is not really straightforward, not in terms of its answers, because there are many, many questions that arise, like which issues can we address? How do we address them? Should we just put out statements? Will that help? Is that at all productive? I mean, what kind of actions are possible that we can take on together? So all of these are questions that we continue to ask, and if you have ideas, no, those are all very much welcome. So the town hall this afternoon, as part of, can you go to the next slide, please? And the next slide. And the next slide, sorry. Sorry. Oh, this one is a statement that all members of this consortium has agreed to post, to display on their public sites, the websites. So you can see that when you log into the PSI website, first thing that you see is this. And next slide, please. So the theme for the second town hall is From Globalization to Hyper Nationalism, and we have a lineup of speakers: Shannon Jackson, Alex Tek Guang Lee, Helena Graham, who is already here. Thanks, Helena. Romel Kuraming, Francis Gealogo, and Peter Eckersol, who will be moderator, is also already here. Thank you very much, Peter. So I'll stop here and just say that all of these are, oh, Shannon is also here already. Thank you. I'll just say that there are many exciting things happening within PSI. And on that note, I'd like to now call on the officers, our officers in the association, beginning with, who is the first one on our list? All right, beginning with Jim Ball, who is our treasurer.
Thank you, Jasmine. So just a brief sort of update on the finances of the organization. For those of you who aren't aware, our fiscal year for PSI runs from July 1 to June 30th, so we've just closed out the last fiscal year and are embarked upon a new one. Our total funds at present is approximately $142,000, which is about a $15,000 increase from my report at our December annual general meeting. And about a $25,000 increase for the fiscal year. These numbers reflect the fact that we've had 2 conferences in a single fiscal year. Our greatest source of income each year continues to be regular memberships. Conferences then provide sort of an inconsistent form of income. We had a positive income from PSI 30, but have only covered our costs here on PSI 31, at least from the perspective of the organization. And we should note that, as you'll hear in a little bit about our plans for the next conference, we will not hold a conference in the coming fiscal year. Next year's conference will fall after the fiscal year that we just began. So we should expect fewer receipts in the coming fiscal year. The other major source of income that I would highlight for us all is institutional memberships. Those totaled $9,000 in the current year, and you will hear plenty more about those from our development officers. To give you a sense of our expenses as an organization, they average about $20,000 to $25,000 each year, and this includes regular operational costs for things like our website and tax preparation. It includes funds for the awards that you'll hear about later this afternoon, and allocated budgets that we've provided to the Future Advisory Board, to Global Performance Studies, and to the Advisory Committee on Anti-Racism and Anti-Colonialism. And just as a brief note, I would like to highlight that through these allocated budgets in particular, we are seeing more efforts in the past fiscal year to use our financial resources to support initiatives like artist presentations and participation in the conference by individuals with fewer resources, especially from countries of the global majority. And we've been having many conversations as a board about ways that we can provide more support like that. So that's my very brief and broad strokes financial report on the state of our organization. I'm happy to provide more details, or if I should take questions, or perhaps save those for the breakout sessions of later. I'm happy to talk with anyone about kind of the financial dimensions of what we do as an organization.
Thank you, Jim. And next, let's call on Evelyn one of our development officers who will be talking about our institutional members, maybe a little bit also about the membership. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. I'm here together with Oscar Circuna, who's co-development officers. So can you please go to the next slide? Just like to thank our current institutional members. As you probably already saw the logos on the program, on the backdrop outside as well. So let me just read through them. We have Arizona State University. We have the University of Texas at Austin. We have Royal Central School of Speech and Drama at the University of London. We have Texas A&M University, the CUNY City University of New York, Brown University, Shanghai Theater Academy, NYU, New York University, Stanford University, and De La Salle University. These are our current institutional members. Some are in the process of probably renewing their participation in the upcoming year. So next slide, please. Just want to extend an invitation to join us for your institutions to come on board. Our institutional memberships are priced at only $750 US, but it's very helpful for the organization, as you heard from Jim already, that this is an opportunity for you guys to come on board, to have visibility and publicity for your institution, for your departments, for programs that you're running. And this amount of money actually covers 5 full memberships, basically for faculty, or 10 memberships for students, or the equivalent, right? Like if you do the math and like break down the numbers. Of course, this gives you full access to a lot of different events, like the consulate that Jazz already discussed, mailing lists, all sorts of events, and other kinds of support. We also welcome any kind of discussion with us in terms of other forms of support and partnership that you perhaps would like to make with PSI. I understand that perhaps there are institutions where there are not yet this many members, so maybe the 750 is not as attractive to bigger universities and bigger departments, but we're very keen to have conversations with you if you would like to initiate any kind of partnerships with us so you can support the organization and be part of this big PSI family. Yes, another big potential there is sponsoring the awards, which you'll also hear a little bit more about later in the reports. But you can sponsor an award for different areas that you might be interested in. Say, for instance, the University of Calgary is sponsoring the Artistic Research Award, just as an example. So different universities can do different things with us. So just come and have a chat with me or Oscar if you're interested. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next up, let's call on Theron Smith, GPS officer. GPS stands for Global Performance Studies, so he'll tell you more about that.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Next. So thank you. It's really an honor to be a visitor here, to be welcomed here in Jakarta. I represent an editorial team of 4 members, of which I'm the only one who was able to be here this year, but I sit here on behalf of our editorial team of Tanya Cañas, who's a displaced person from El Salvador, now working out Aotearoa, New Zealand. Rafilue Lepere, who's an artist, writer, performance maker, educator in South Africa, and Nazreen Hussein, who's based as an independent scholar between Egypt and London, and myself. GPS is a journal which is sponsored by PSI. It's a completely online, open access, independent journal, not associated with any of the revenue streams of extraction of the global for-profit publishing industry. Authors who publish with us retain full copyright of their material and are free to reuse it in other arrangements, and everything is released open access. As an online journal, we're very interested in multimedia and mixed modes and alternative formats for sharing scholarship and practice. And we're particularly committed to an activist scholar agenda of supporting voices from places that have been structurally marginalized or disadvantaged, individual scholars, and debates and discourses. So please sign up to the journal, visit and read. I've got some highlights from previous ones. Can I have the next slide, please? So the current issue online, I'd hoped that we'd have launched our London issue, but that's forthcoming later. So our current issue remains 2 issues. So one is cultural resistance to genocide, featuring a range of perspectives, contributions from people on the ground in Palestine, Sudan, and so on. Very powerful issue. And the current one, next slide, please. Is a largely audio-based issue coming out of the South Africa conference, in which contributors were asked to provide walks. So instead of reading these works, you should walk with them. They are available through subscription on various podcast platforms, on the website itself. Then there's also text and video to go with it. So this was a really, I think, interesting example of how we are working with different forms of scholarship, of sharing practice. Next slide, please. And we'll have our forthcoming issue. The London issue is delayed because it's going to be a big double issue, forthcoming issues on Iraqi theater to be also published in English, Arabic, and Kurdish. We'll have the issue coming out of the Cruising Crossroads, Cruxus conference in Fortaleza last year, which we hope will be fully English and Portuguese bilingual. Still need to sort out the finances. Some institutional memberships would help with that. And what else have I put on the list? Caste, corporate reality, and other issues coming out of working groups. So we welcome proposals, ideas, thoughts from the membership as a large. And of course, we'll be issuing a call for papers, proposals, not just papers, obviously, but proposals of various kinds coming out of this year's conference. So please stay on the WhatsApp group and email lists for that call coming out sometime.
Thanks, Theron. Next, we'll have Diana Damian Martin, our lexicon officer, who is on the Zoom call. Thanks. Thanks, Diana.
Maybe I'll just add, since the slides didn't come up, that contacting for any of us is generally the name of the area at psi-web.org. So lexicon at psi-web.org for email, GPS at psi-web.org, and so on. Yeah.
Thank you, Theron. The mentorship program will be discussed by Oscar Cerquinia Jr. on behalf of our mentorship coordinator, Katerina Paramana.
So thank you. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Again, I'm speaking on behalf of Katerina Paramana, who's the mentorship officer of PSI. So the mentoring scheme of PSI is created by the PSI Advisory Committee on Anti-Racism and Anti-Colonialism. It helps PSI academics and artists at any stage of their career to receive mentorship from professionals in academics through the provision of peer mentoring on an as-needed basis. So the mentorship program is volunteer, need-based, inclusive, non-hierarchical, and mutually beneficial scheme that the advisory committee is offering to its members. So there are various schemes that you can avail of. You can work with a fellow junior scholar or artist. We can also connect you as an ECR or an early career researcher and artist with a senior academic or a well-established artist. We can also connect a group of mentees with a group of mentors. So how can you participate in this mentoring scheme? So mentees and mentors are in charge of outlining their setup for peer mentoring. So it's really up to you what suits you and your needs. Our role is really to connect you with our pool of mentors. You can contact Katerina via psi-peer-mentoring at psi-web.org to discuss this setup. So you can log on to your PSI account and check the guidelines for this mentorship scheme. As we speak, as far as I know, we have a total of 12 mentors already. And according to Katerina, 3 have already reached out to her, and the 3 have already been assigned mentors, one of whom is Katerina herself. So hopefully we can add more mentors to the pool, and we can serve more mentees, right, who are part of the organization. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Next up, Sarah Austin, our Artist Relations Officer.
Thank you. I'm really pleased to be able to give a report about the Artist Relations Officer role. This is a role that's designed to continue the legacy of supporting PSI members who identify primarily or in part as practicing artists. The collaborative work of this position supports the projects, events and opportunities of the organisation with the purpose of increasing the visibility and institutional presence of PSI. So there's some key updates that I'd like to give. So in addition to working collaboratively with the awards officers, the mentorship officer and other board roles, recent work has included supporting the Constellate program that Jazz has provided a great overview of, which is showcasing the global artist scholar community. Working closely with our lexicon officer, who you've just heard from too, to consider how we can build on that platform to include entries that look at artistic and creative languages in expanded ways, and to create a series of mini commissions for artist scholars to contribute new thinking to the lexicon. I'm also preparing to support the new co-artist relations officer who we will shortly announce. I'm really excited about having a co-officer in this role. It will mean we can collaborate on new initiatives designed to strategically enhance the presence of artists at our conferences, and also during the institutional activity throughout the year. So stay tuned for more on this soon. It's been particularly wonderful this conference to work with members of FAB, the Artist Collective Spatula and Barcode, members of Critical Island Studies and conference organisers on thinking together as part of this conference. We are hopeful that the resonances and ideas that have been part of these really productive and compelling discussions will filter through into the planning and thinking for our next conference. We have a final session of thinking together today at 6:15 p.m. in this room, and I really warmly invite you to attend. There have been a number of other artists performing and presenting workshops and ongoing installations across the conference, including as part of the Artistic Research Working Group, and I'd like to thank and acknowledge each of them for their important contribution to our conference. And I just want to make a particular note of Dawn Walensky's durational performance work, Frequencies of Grief, that's happening today in the Kalimantan room. And this is a change of room, so I just wanted to make you aware that the room had changed. Thank you to conference organisers for facilitating that, and it will be on today until 7 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Annette Arlander will speak about the working groups and also the work of the archivists.
Thank you. Is there maybe a slide, we could try? And one more? Yes, or let's see, one more. Perfect. Now I'm speaking, yes, so I'm Annette Arlander and I am a co-archivist or half archivist, but now I'm speaking for Bruce Barton, who is in Calgary, Canada, and could not attend, not even online, unfortunately. So I just briefly mentioned what he wrote in his report, that there has been a call for new working groups, and that has resulted into enthusiastic response, because over the past year we have approved 5 new working groups: trans and queer performance, inter-Asia performance studies, border epistemologies, pedagogical paradoxes in international contexts, and last but not least, performance blue ecologies. And some of them have met here. There are also, of course, the old working groups, like Artistic Research Working Group already mentioned, Critical Race Performance Studies, Performance and Design, Community Performance, Performance in Historical Paradigms, dramaturgy and performance and pedagogy. So, but if you cannot find among these working groups anything that interests you, please start a new working group. And for more information about the working groups, look at the website, and there is an email as with the same construction that Teron just mentioned on in the context of working groups. So thank you. Now I stop being Bruce Barton. And now I'm Annette Arlander and speak together with Obet Mutang, who is in Johannesburg and is the other half of the archivists. And can I have the next slide, please? Yes, this is the only thing. Can you see behind me? Yes, well, sooner or later. If you have material, either from this conference, but especially we had the beautiful meeting with the senior scholars from the past of performance studies, online, part of them online, some here. If you have material from the history of performance studies, please send a selected quality collection of them to this archive email. Also, for those of you who participated today and yesterday, and I mean at this conference, it would be great to have documentation. So if you want some special nice image, add them to the WhatsApp group that you're following, and please mention who is in the image and who took the photo. What else can I say? The archive project is very much in process. The idea is to have an archive on the website, but some of the material there is completely outdated, so don't worry, it's work in progress, we'll get there. Thank you.
Thanks, Annette. The Future Advisory Board is represented by Ari and Josiah.
Thank you. Hello! Woo! Hello everyone, my name is Ariane.
I'm Josiah.
And we're speaking today on behalf of the Future Advisory Board. So for those of you who don't have the chance yet to know it, we are the Future Advisory Board, which is an independent committee that is mandated to sort of think and promote the future of the field through discussions, events at the PSI conference, but also beyond. We're holding international conference spaces and going worldwide for research and artistic exchange is not neutral. The idea is to sort of promote as much new methodologies, new ways of organizing, new ways of having critical voices within PSI to sort of promote the future of the field. So over the past year, we've done some beyond the conference work. We've written an article together. We've organized a performance manifesto. We've been working on organizing various events at PSI. And this year, we're going to be focused on trying to develop sort of a report on what's been going on in the conference and in the field in general, and to sort of report it back to the board and think through that of several actions to be taken.
Out of that, we're particularly interested, we've heard some of the discussion this week around people that have been missing summer school, and we're in the process of working towards utilizing this report as a way of generating a kind of new look summer school that will offer an opportunity to connect, most likely online in advance of the conference, with a wee gathered landing in advance of next year's conference as well. Currently, we meet across 6 time zones, so we're going to explore ways of making that accessible across all different time zones rather than just taking place at one time as well.
Yes, and so we're the 2 of us today, but our members are from various parts of the world, so Bolivia, Brazil, Norway, South Africa, Australia, United States. And we're currently sort of in a process of transition because a lot of us are going to be gone by next year, and we're really looking for new members. We're looking to diversify, amplify as many voices as possible to really become the critical group we're thinking of.
Yeah, in particular, we'd be interested in hearing from anyone at this conference who's interested in joining us, particularly Indonesian scholars. And on that note as well, I'd just like to extend a very warm thank you from FAB and also everyone at the conference to Universitas, Kristen, Indonesia, and all of the volunteers who have been helping run all of the events and for hosting us. Yeah.
And I want to extend also the thank you to the founders of the Future Advisory Board, which are both standing here, or like sitting, but please stand up. Yeah, do you want to stand? Or Felipe? Yes. Yeah, and Nyan, if you want to stand up as a former member of FAB. But yeah, it's been 10 years that this committee is existing and that it's trying to reinvent itself through various ways. So if you have an idea, if you have things you want to be telling us, that you want to be reported or anything, if you want to participate in FAB, please come to us, come discuss with us. We're very interested in listening and hearing from you.
And I'll post both of our WhatsApp numbers in the big chat right now as soon as I sit down.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, at this point, we'd like to call on one of the members of the Anti-Racism and Anti-Colonialism Advisory Committee. Our officers who are sitting in the board from that committee are not here, but Dennis Gupa, who is a member of that committee, is here, and he'll tell us more about this advisory committee and what they are doing.
Thank you. Salamat siang. And nama saya Dennis. Ako sutradara dari Indonesia, dari Philippines, dari Canada. Why not? Yeah, a little bit. I'm happy to report the activities that this committee has been doing. This is a text written by Maurice. So the text was written by Maurice, but the human voice is Dennis Gupa. So for the current committee members are Dominica Laster, who's a co-officer, Maurice Moore, our co-officer too, Dennis Gupa, Zachary Esterling, and my Polly Gabang. I'm highlighting here the following activities we have done. So the committee has continued meeting regularly to strengthen the committee, clarify our advisory role within PSI, and build our long-term vision. A major focus has been developing programming for the PSI Constellate Initiative with conversations centered on the internationally engaged, artist-centered collaborations involving scholars, performers, writers, and community partners. We have discussed using this year's remaining committee funds to support artist honoraria and are exploring the administrative processes needed to facilitate these collaborations. The committee has reaffirmed that our primary role is to advise the PSI board, develop programming, foster dialogue, and identify pathways for advancing anti-racist and anti-colonial practices across the organization. We also have discussed the outstanding work on Critical Race and Performance Studies Award and reaffirmed that administration of the award remains the responsibility of the PSI board, while individual ARAC members may assist with adjudication if invited and available. Looking ahead, our next meeting is on July 21, where we will continue developing constellate programming, discuss support for the Critical Race Performance Studies Working Group with guest Ben Spatz, and continue refining ARAC's long-term profile priorities. So we also would like to invite other interested members to come in later on. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So those are the officer updates. And now I'd like to call on Serap Eresin, our current vice president. She's outgoing, but we'd like for her to stay longer. And what her task in the program today is to announce during this meeting the open board positions.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for sparing time to be here today with us. Usually, people think business meetings are very boring. In the past two, I always skipped business meetings, so we're not calling it a business meeting. It's the annual general meeting where this board or those of us who are here are sharing with you a little bit about the work that we do, but also to welcome potential members to our board. 1 second. Thank you. I would like to say something similar to what I said about the business meeting. This is a board that works very hard, but it's also a fun board. Most of us like each other quite a bit. It's a lot of cool people that you would be working with if you join the board. We are as international as it ever got in this moment. You will be working with, this makes our meetings a little bit difficult sometimes. Like, I'm not gonna lie, 3 times a year you might actually be up at 3 a.m. to join the meetings. But you will be in coordination with people that are based on pretty much all the continents in the world, if not all the countries. But we're slowly getting there in terms of the representation. Right now, our board is global majority members that it has ever been. We are more, for lack of a better word, diverse or representative than our membership at the moment. Our membership is still, it still stands mainly North America and Europe-based, but we're working very hard on that. And by the conference happening in different parts of the world, we have been able to expand our international membership quite a bit in the last 4 or 5 years. And on that note, I will invite you or people you think might be good colleagues for us to apply for the positions that you will hear about very soon. We meet 4 times a year, at least. One of these meetings is almost always at the conference. But as Jim just shared and Jazz just shared, for instance, we met in December in Brazil, and we're meeting now, but our next conference will be after our fiscal year ends next year in September. So sometimes we adjust things based on that. But we try to meet quarterly for the major meetings. And then we have a number of committees, the exec, which is the secretary, the vice president, the president, and the treasurer meets a bit more frequently. I will say, like personally, as a scholar and an artist, I tended to have a little bit of an allergic reaction to the word admin and admin work, and I think a lot of us are. But I'm here to encourage you to say that the work that we do here is very much like the work of an NGO, or the good NGOs, where we try to empower people who have projects We try to do good by our membership and really realize the initiatives that many of us have imagined. So the board members, we each have a portfolio. For instance, as you've heard my colleagues, the membership officer will be the person who's in charge of the membership. But as a board together, we work on multiple initiatives together, and our work is not just limited to realizing the conferences, even if it may be the most visible part of the work that we do. I will briefly say a couple of words about the open positions. A very, very attractive communications officer position that you will see in the calls. Please make sure that your memberships are active so that you keep getting the information for us. That membership will also allow you to access lexicon, the archive, and a number of other resources that are available through the hub on our website, which you can access once you log on. The communications officer, I mean, there are a number of things that they will do, but the majority of the work that we really would like right now is for our, especially those of you who are like really good with social media, we, because we had an amazing communications officer from Johannesburg, Kamohelo, who really increased our presence on social media, like Instagram, Facebook, etc., and that created a different dynamic of engaging with our membership. So if you're one of those people who are like a whiz with social media, creating posts, you might be a great candidate for this position. Of course, the work is not limited to that. Again, like a lot of the work we do is about the initiatives of the board of PSI together. In addition to that, our working group's officer's term has also ended. So we will also be advertising for putting a call out for a new working group's officer. The working group's officer coordinates with the other working group members, but also really, as Bruce has in the past few years, really adds their vision to the way these things should develop. And our lexicon officer, who you just saw, Diana, her term is also, her extended term is also ending. So we will have also a call for a lexicon officer. The term is 3 years or 3 conference cycles. We extended up to 4 years. And a lot of our positions, not the positions that I've just mentioned, but several of our positions that will be coming up in like within 6 months or so. Like some of those are established through teamwork. So with some of the positions, as you've seen here, there are co-officers. So we do collaborate a lot. We do dream together a lot, and we try to realize those dreams together. I will also point out that as you just noticed, like Evelyn, Felipe, Nian, former FAB members, and like some of the FAB members who are not here, like Anna, we did have a tradition of a lot of these like really committed FAB members later on becoming members of the board in various capacities. But also, I mean, a few years ago, I was organizing the conference with Bryce and Bryce's theme. And obviously last year, Sergio was very active with the Brazil conference. A lot of the time, there's an organic way of becoming part of the board. Like people who have come to several conferences, have been involved in the organizing, who have been part of FAB. But please, if you're not one of those people who have worked closely with the board in all these years, please don't be discouraged. Because we do also have a lot of members who have, perhaps just been to one conference, but they really want to be part of this work. We will have these breakout sessions, and like throughout today and tomorrow, and of course later on email, but with Bryce and Sergio and the other members. Reach out to us if you want to know more about these positions, and we look forward to seeing your applications.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Please join me in giving a huge, huge thanks to Sarah Erensin, who has worked tirelessly as Vice President from 2023. Thank you. Okay, now, in the interest of time, we don't really have time, to do a big open forum. But we do not want this to end without the participation of those of you, I mean, all of you who are present here today. So what we are going to do is to have huddles for 15 to 20 minutes. The members of our board are going to be stationed all around the room, and we'd like you to approach them and have a chat with them, no? So that we can get ideas and questions and other things as well. Okay.
But please don't leave, because then after that huddle, we will have the awards announcements and the presentation about next year's conference, which you will be very much wanting to hear about. Yeah, so this is not the end of the meeting.
Yeah, it's not the end of the meeting. So for 15, 20 minutes. All right, guys. Please approach our officers. 10, 15 minutes. All right. Sorry for the online participants who are still here. Please write your comments, insights on the chat box. We will not be able to do the breakout session on the online platform. All right, hello. Please wrap up. We need to come back to the plenary. Hello. Wrap up, please. And now I'd like to call on Bryce Lees and Sergio. Our officers are going to write up what went on in your little huddle and share a report with the board, and hopefully we can also share that with everyone else. All right, so Bryce and Bryce and Sergio are going to announce the winners of the PSI Awards.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bryce Lees. I'm based at Royal Central School of Speech and Drama at University of London, and this is... Yeah, I have a smaller fan.
Yeah.
We first of all just wanted to say is we're
Hey.
taking over as co-vice presidents in September officially, but we wanted to also give a huge amount of thanks to Sarah for your support over the last few years. An excellent job. The big shoes that we're filling. We're speaking on behalf of the two awards officers who were unfortunately unable to be with us today. Elvis Mandana Rivas and Boletito Andoremi Ibito. Before we begin, we just want to thank all of the different organizations and institutions that sponsor and support these awards. Without that income, it would be difficult to have this number of awards and bursaries. We also want to thank the PSI board for their time and their expertise. Also for the wonderful conference organizers who worked with us around the different abstracts and projects that were coming through. And also every member of the award jury who gave time to think about it. We also want to thank everybody who submitted an application this year as well. It's incredibly difficult to judge between so many exciting, sophisticated, and dynamic projects. And I think the selection of the final award is not hierarchical in a sense. It's about trying to sort of take a moment to pause over a particular project at a particular time and emphasize it. One of the things I think we're going to be thinking about moving forward is how we might be able to disperse that even more through the membership. So I can go to the next slide. We have two awards that we can't actually tell you the winner at the moment. I think historically, the AGM came at the end of the conference. And two of the awards are based on performances and presentations that are happening during the course of the conference. As we have a whole another full day on Saturday, we're still looking at different applicants. So the first one is the Routledge Award. So the Routledge Award that's sponsored by Taylor and Francis recognizes outstanding postgraduate research presented as part of the PSI conference program. And the next slide. And the second one is one more. Thank you. The University of Calgary Artistic Research Award. This recognizes a conference contribution that demonstrates artistic research's capacity to create knowledge and expand how knowledge is produced and experienced. So in both cases, both of these awards are still in progress. And once the conference concludes and the jury's had an opportunity to evaluate all of the different eligible performances and presentations, we will be able to announce both of those winners. Okay, so our first winner that we are able to announce, if I go to the next slide, I hope it's not the person, next one, is the Royal Central School of Speech and Drama Award. This is from my own institution. It supports an outstanding graduate student or independent artist or independent scholar whose conference contribution engages practice as a method or object of inquiry. We had some fantastic applications for this year, and I'm delighted to announce that we have actually selected two winners to share the prize. So we can go to the next slide, reveal them. The joint winners are Studi Barua and Emma Yip. They were both online presenters, but I don't know if they're with us online at the moment. Okay, congratulations to you online. Studi's paper, Performing the Sacred on Shifting Soil, examines how devotional theater, music, ritual, and mass making helps communities on Majuli Island respond to erosion, flooding, and displacement, proposing the idea of a performative ecology grounded in faith and resilience. Emma's paper, Archipelago of Solidarity, develops the concept of the settler of diaspora to explore diasporic belonging, responsibility towards indigenous peoples, and possibilities for relationships grounded in reciprocity, accountability, land, and water. They're both outstanding presentations, so congratulations to Studi and Emma. And at this point, I'm going to hand over to you, Sergio.
Hey, first of all, terima kasih, Jakarta, UK and UK community. Just saying it's been a beautiful time in this city and with all your students and you guys there. So thank you all. We know that it's very hard time to organize a conference. So thank you we really appreciate your efforts to join us here. So yeah, now can I have the next slide? Yeah. The award for outstanding work on critical race and performance studies. The award for outstanding work on critical race performance studies recognize an exceptional contribution to critical race performance studies by a global majority artist or scholar. First, we are pleased to recognize, and then the next slide, Nasri Akatari, with an honorable mention. So a big applause for. Akatari's work offers a nuanced and deeply layered examination of the complex histories of the Iranian diaspora, thoughtfully weaving together personal narrative and scholarly analysis. Through its careful engagement with questions of institutional visibility, identity, and belonging, the project makes a significant contribution to critical race performance studies, while demonstrating the value of work that breeds lived experience, critical scholarship, and creative inquiry. We congratulate Nazli Akatari on this well-deserved recognition. This year, the award for outstanding work on critical race performance studies is presented to Anna Minawi, big applause, who is online with us. Congratulations, Alan, for an outstanding contributions that exemplifies the transformative possibilities of critical race performance studies. Bringing together lecture, demonstration, choreography, and storytelling, Minawi offers a powerful exploration of war, displacement, kinship, and relationships to land. The work engages dramatic stories with remarkable ethical care while inviting audience into critical reflection through an innovative and accessible performative form. Drawing thoughtful connections between Black studies and the histories of the Levant without collapsing their distinctions or distinct contexts, the project demonstrates the power of performance as a site of critical inquiry, artistic excellence, and social engagement. We congratulate Anna Minawi on these exceptional contributions to the field. So please join us in congratulate Anna Minawi and Nasli Akatari that are online with us. Yeah, so let's go for the next, the next awards. On Enrichment Bursary Award. The Enrichment Bursary, founded and awarded by PSI 31st Conference organizers, supports neo and unaffiliated artists, scholars, and activists, particularly those from underrepresented groups, in attending and contributing to the conference. This year's recipe is next, yes. Join Cho for updating gut, Korean shamanism and performance in Buchanau Memorial Action. Great applause to them. Drawing on ethnographic fieldwork and Jun Young's work, the project examines how Korean shamanic ritual, dance, music, and collective movement are reimagined within contemporary animal rights activism, expanding animal ethics beyond predominantly Western frameworks and connecting traditional knowledge with advocacy, justice, and peace. Please join us in congratulations, Jeon Yong Cho, for this award. She's there. Okay. Oh, yes. Yes. More applause. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We just met in a beautiful circle. She was making lots of contribution for the next conference. Thank you. I just need some water. I don't have it. That's good. It's amazing. Just a minute. You know, a lot of words that are not my words. Actually, this is script. It's not mine. It's not yours too. So, yeah. Body, right? Requires some. Yeah, I know. So, okay, can we get the next one? So now Artist Scholar Activist Award. This Artist Scholar Activist Award, or ASA Award, recognize an individual with at least a decade of experience fostering collaborations and exchange among artists, scholars, and activists. This year, this year's recipient is Maritan Sirat. Can we have big applause to her? For more than 3 decades, Maritan has integrated performance, installation, movement, education, cultural activism, and community engagement through work such as Megambon Huma, I hope I pronounced correctly, and organizations including Jandela Yed, Delan Wangi Art Space, and the Rupon Indonesian Foundation. Maritan has created lasting opportunity for artists, educators, young people, and communities to learn and create together, embodying the inseparable roles of artist, scholar, and activist. Can have, again, a big applause for Maritan. Thank you so much for all your contributions for these years. The last one is the Dwight Kogegord Award that is sponsored by Arizona State University. We concluded with the Dwight Kogegord Award is sponsored by Arizona State University. The award honors Kongregard's legacy by recognizing culturally engaged performance work connected to communities experiencing disenfranchisement. After careful consideration, the Dwight Kongregard Award will be conferred this year and will be deferred to the next conference. So we sincerely thank Arizona State University for its continued support. So that means next conference we will have 2 awards for this same category. And once again, congratulations to all this year's recipients. We extend our sincerest gratitude to Howlett, the University of Calgary, the Royal Central School of Speech and Drama, Arizona State University, the PSI 31st Conference organizers, and every jury member who contributed their time and expertise. On behalf of PSI Awards officers, thank you, and terima kasih. And please join us once more in celebrating this year's awards and recipes. So you two that are here, can you stand up? Yes, thank you. Can you join for a picture with us? Can you come in here? Come here, come here. Come here in the front, yes. Let's take a picture together. Perhaps there with the, and Jasmine, can you join them too? Yes, in syrup. Yeah, go. Go there. Make a beautiful picture. Yeah. Can we put the first slide with the awards? Come back to, yeah. No, oh, one. Another. First together. First, let's put the first together. And then, no, yeah. Yes, great. Go, this one together. Yes. Good. That's why I said, let's make the first together and then we put each one. Can you please join there? Yes. Okay. Now you take, okay. You know, choreography requires time. Okay, now we can go to each of them. Can we pass the slide? Not this one. The next. The next. Nope. Yes, this one. Yeah, you now is the yes. You. No, the next one. Not. No. No. Yes, this one. Now. Yeah, great. Now, Maritan, please. So, can we put on the artist scholar activist? Yes, this one. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Come with the board pictures, a lot of pictures. Stand up, people. Yeah. Congratulations, congratulations. All.
Hello. All right. And now we come to the last part of our business meeting. And I don't know, for many of us, probably it's one of the exciting parts. So I'd like to call on our Vice President, Serap Erensin, to introduce the organizer of the 2027 Performance Studies International Annual Conference.
Hi, everyone. Before I introduce the next person, I will announce that the next conference will be after years of both PSI members and people from Istanbul asking me that it will happen in Istanbul in September 2027. And I'm delighted that Özgül Akıncı is here with us from Perform Istanbul, also assistant professor at Beykoz University, who will be chairing the conference committee to share with us like a few details about what the next conference will be. This is kind of a PSI tradition at this point. When we were in South Africa, Bryce came over there, introduced the London conference. When we were in London, Pablo, who worked with Sergio, came and introduced the Brazil conference. And then when we were in Brazil, Jazz introduced this conference. And here we are, and we're introducing the conference in Turkey. And we hope to see all of you there. Özgür?
Hi, everybody. I'm honored to be here. First of all, thank you for having me, and a real thank you to all the organizers of this conference in Jakarta. This has been a very great experience, and I'm very honored to tell you that yes, the next conference for the next conference we will meet in Istanbul. I am Özgül Akıncı. I live and work in Istanbul since 2001. I left the city for my PhD studies for 5 years to study my PhD at UBC Okanagan and came back in 2016. Since then, I'm continuing to live and work in Istanbul. So I consider myself as a resident. I'm also a co-coordinator of Perform Istanbul, the host of the next conference in Istanbul, co-coordinator of the Live Art Research Space. Sorry, I'm a little bit excited. And Perform Istanbul, let me introduce you Perform Istanbul. But before, Performance Studies International had been a home to me since 2015, I should say, towards the end of my PhD studies. I attended the first PSI in Melbourne. And since then, I am part of the active passive member of the committee, but this is home to me. And now it is extremely exciting to welcome you all to Istanbul. I am part of this amazing team of Perform Istanbul. Performance, we say performance in Turkish, so Perform Istanbul, that's why we say Perform Istanbul. This is the venue of the platform that was founded in 2016, International Performance Art Platform, co-founded actually by curator Simge Burhanoğlu, and with an academic program co-coordinated by scholar İzel Karaca and myself. It is Turkey's very important platform dedicated exclusively to performance art, functioning as a hub connecting performance artists, scholars, and audiences. Next slide, please. Based in Istanbul, platform embraces a spaceless identity, actually, through a flexible work model built on collaborating and developing projects with art institutions, digital platforms, artists worldwide. Since its founding, Perform Istanbul has realized almost 400 performances with over 100 artists across various locations and institutions, working with museums, galleries, public spaces, and international organizations, including some local ones, Gazhane Museum, Pera Museum, SALT, OMM in Eskişehir, İMÇ 5533, PI Artworks, Loading Diyarbakır, the Istanbul Biennial, Tarabya Cultural Academy, Goethe Institute Istanbul, British Council Turkey, V&A and Tate in London, Caroline Gardens Chapel in London, International Venice Performance Art Week, and Live Art Development Agency, LEDA from London. Perform Istanbul established one of Turkey's most significant live art research space, PCSAA. Please follow PCSAA too, not only Perform Istanbul on Instagram. Since 2016, platform has been collecting performance relics. I hope that when you visit the venue, you will also see that exhibition. Relics as part of its research area, which encompasses the archiving of performance remains and the development of new exhibition methods for performance art, alongside periodicals, books, and thesis academic works focused on live art and ever-growing archive of visuals and audio-visual recordings. So major activities include ongoing performance programming, curating and staging live performance, also artist support and network building, and now a huge organization is waiting for us for the next year, PSI International Conference. Next slide, please. Why Istanbul? Do I need to explain that? I don't know. It's not easy, yes, fast. It is a it's a place where two continents, the classical description of Istanbul, straddling two continents carrying centuries of empire, migration, and reinvention, where the right to the city is lived, disputed, and performed every minute, I would say. Home to some of the world's most contested public spaces, and home to performance studies related academic, artistic, and cultural communities in Istanbul. And I'm really looking forward to growing that community with you all. We are actually. Next slide, please. And more current images, why square matters for Istanbul. These are some selected images that some reasons that calls us out to the city, to the streets in Istanbul, a feminist night march, commemoration of Armenian journalist Hrant Dink, who was assassinated. Trans pride pops up in every corner, even despite the bans. Jazz ferry. The standing man, maybe you have heard, you had heard before from Occupy Gezi 2013, and some performances, public performances, and cats. It's a city of cats. So, city of squares, yeah, they close them off, but people show up anyway. But of course, we can continue, please. Meydan is significant for Istanbul, for Turkey, but also, of course, it resonates, squares, sorry, resonates globally. So that's the theme that we agreed upon for the next conference. It is Meydan. Can we say it together? Meydan. Thank you. It is a word shared across, it's rooted in Farsi and shared across Turkish, Kurdish, and Arabic too. And it is also used in English, in Old English, meydan. Open space, a gathering place, a common ground. So we will invite you, invite us all to think the word's promises, actually, to think with what word promises to us. And we will invite, of course, you to add your own imaginations and inspirations. Some of them are coming forward, meydana çıkmak in Turkish. Meydan okumak, to challenge. Meydana gelmek, to come into being, which resonates a lot with performance studies. Next slide, please. Yes, taking up this theme of meydan and the restless verbs that come, that pairs with meydan, we took inspiration from like global spaces and histories, of course, not only Taksim. One of the iconic squares is named Azadi in Tehran, maybe. Someone is here who knows better. And in Kiev, again, the word became an event, like eventually. And from India, Kolkata Meydan is also an iconic one in terms of its transformation throughout the events and public appearances that it hosted. We expect to kind of reclaim the open spaces, gathering places in this precarious, very difficult times. Wherever we are, in whatever condition we are, we need open spaces to reclaim our what matters to us. So we thought that Meydan can inspire us all to think about that together again. We expect rigorous conversation, also performance spilling well past the panel room into streets, courtyards, and layered contradictory textures of the city that never became to be a city of contested public space. And we are planning to negotiate with some universities to locate the parallel sessions and keynote and also other events and talks. That's to be announced. And yes, come challenge the Meydan and come become the Meydan with us and be in Istanbul with us. Thank you. Oh, sorry, just one more thing. I forgot the next slide. I forgot the last slide. I'm sorry. Not this one. Let's skip this. The next one. Okay. Yes. I'm sorry.
Important.
Important information. I forgot. The dates are 15 to 19 of September 2027. I hope that your academic and your work calendars work with that. We will accept proposals in English, in Turkish, and in other languages that might come from the region, that are spoken in the region. There will be, on those dates, there will be parallel programs. Istanbul Biennial will be happening. Istanbul Fringe Festival, the Theater and Performance Festival, will be happening. Gürültü film screenings. There will be film screenings themed with Meydan, and Perform Istanbul Performance Days. And the next slide, after the conference, if we can do it, we would like to take those of you who want to explore the coastal city of Assos for a post-conference retreat, gathering as a smaller group towards future collaborations or extended conversations. As most of you know, situated on the Aegean coast, right across from the Greek island of Mytilene. Assos, we thought, offers a compelling excursion site for PSI. This region also hosts a couple of NGOs that might be partnered with or that might be attending the festival, the conference. So yes, this is the last promise, last treat that we want to show to you, and we all welcome you in Istanbul. Thank you again.
Ooh, thank you very much, Oslo. So see you all in Istanbul, okay, next year. All right, as a final part of the program, I would like you to join me in saying thank you and applauding our very hardworking, amazing team here at UKI. Thank you very much. We are going to have 15 minutes of a break. You can take your snacks and your coffee, etc. And then please come back to Nusantara Hall. We are going to have the Global Arts Pact Town Hall, and some of the speakers are actually already here with us. We are going to have a very exciting discussion on the topic of from globalization to hyper nationalism. I now declare the annual general meeting adjourned. Thank you very much.
Okay, fantastic.
Wonderful. Taking questions online. Is there like an online setup here? Okay. So I don't have to worry about it. I need to open that.
Do you want me to reply? I'll have to reply. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So there you go. Oh my God, so many people coming in. I've got to say hi.
they didn't send me the bio. So I moved it. And so I just. This was not the, that was supposed to email.
Tomorrow too. No, I'm going to. Oh, you're going to? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I just that I'm on this national for every day that week. Yeah. Every day in the shower. Yeah, yeah. Should we be moving? Like, should we get rid of the tables, or
Yeah,
how many of us are there?
There's, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 plus me. But I don't know whether people want to be able to use the table to read on their laptop.
Okay.
I'm not sure either.
All right, I'm not reading. Just making it up as I go along.
I just got your bio from the website.
From ACU.
Elena Graham is the Vice Chancellor, Professorial Fellow in Western Australian Academy of Performing Arts in Curtin University. She writes about performance ethics and spectatorship, media, dramaturgy, and art and politics. She's Deputy Director of Performance Research.
Can you just say she's Chief Editor?
Chief Editor. Well, you need to update your website.
Well, I can't yet read what the source, but I'm actually doing it now.
Yeah,
Well,
it depends.
Well,
Shannon. Thank you again for last night. I just copied a little bit of your website for your bio. Because,
I did bio.
oh, did you? Well, they're going to send it to me. Maybe they're going to give it to me. Oh, okay. That would be great if they were.
Yeah,
But
sure.
some of them didn't do it.
And to do one under 50 words. And so I said a 49-word thing to Jasmine, who also said somebody named Teresa. Yeah, so somebody named Teresa, I think, has our bio saying.
All right. Well, we'll go from that.
No. Yeah, maybe you're not obligated.
Yeah. If not, I've got the first
so much for the dinner, though. That was very generous.
That was a nice dinner, wasn't it?
How did you find the place?
Well,
It's so
Paul's
good.
friend recommended.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
So, yeah. So,
It's a really good,
it was
really
great.
good.
Great
Yeah.
for us.
Yeah.
No. So I said to Peter, should we get rid of the table? And he said he didn't know if people wanted the table, so we thought we'd wait. Okay, yeah. Wait, are you Scottish? No, I'm Irish. You're Irish. Okay. You're not Australian. Well, I'm half and half. Now you are, yeah. I just got a different world that I wasn't getting before. Yeah. Yeah. So that was a big thing. And then, yeah, to really commit. Was it love? No, the whole family came. It was definitely not love of Australia when we arrived. Because when we arrived in Perth, it was very backward culturally. And you went straight from, that was your first port of call was Memphis. So what city did you come from in Ireland? No, we came from a country town, but I was working in London. Oh, okay. So as a secretary. Oh, so, and then your first academic job? No, so then I went to uni in Australia. Yeah. Well done. Oh, wow. As a literate student at 20. Okay. Okay, yeah, right. Non-traditional. Okay, and then that, okay, so that was, and you already had a child at that point? No. Oh. No, I had her when I was 35. Oh, okay. So, that was a different family. My parents and my brothers and my grandmother, sorry. Oh, it was that kind of. Oh, so then you married your parents and all of that. Well, I felt like I couldn't let my mother go alone, and basically that dad was useless statistically, so I had to come. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm very happy there. It's great to get more people to come to this. Okay, so who is on this? You can ask about the table. It's you and Peter. I don't know the other people. You need one more check.
Hi. One moderator, this is Alex.
Thank you so much. Really, yeah. I don't know. I don't have my card here.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And so much of what you're saying resonates with me.
I've been to your country.
Studies for
When I wrote this book, I just got an idea, any idea for the performance. Promote the arts. That is my solution.
Francis Kealago.
Hi, I'm Francis.
And
Finally, yeah. I'm from the Philippines.
thank you very much for saying yes. Yeah. So the speakers are complete. Moderators. All right. We
All
can
right, now
start.
actually,
Just me.
stay in touch and
I didn't get any resumes, so
Teresa has them, right?
I kind of copied some.
No, you are supposed to have been sent the resumes
So maybe you go next to yours.
by the RA. So I'll just prompt her. I prompt her.
You're going to send them to me, or?
I sent my slides to the person.
I think I sent my slides.
Yeah, so let's just check in. Do you want to check with me about whether the slides are there? saw that. Let me search. I really hope that I have my slides up though, now that I'm counting on that to help me go faster.
Just within 7 minutes.
I know, sorry.
Besides that.
Yeah, and okay. Well, we can also change places if people need their. Helena, is this your purse? Okay, maybe it's Jasmine's. Hopefully it's Jasmine's.
Check, check. Check, check, check, check.
Yes, okay. What's your home department?
Just from the culture studies.
Cultural studies.
Yeah, it's more theory oriented.
Oh, really? Okay. Okay, good.
Did you get the email?
Did you send it?
Yeah, there is.
Takes a while to get through.
Okay, so welcome everyone to the second town hall organized by the Global Arts Pact, or GAP. GAP is an international consortium formed to contest the ongoing attacks on arts and humanities across the globe. This project is led by performance scholars and artists, but also includes heritage and museum culture, libraries, arts affiliates such as journalists, and other arts and humanities communities where research, collaboration, education, and free speech are at risk. To build a robust global network capable of responding to these threats, we need information and solidarity from a broad coalition, which is why this consortium comprises of 19 global organizations. The town halls organized by GAP are an opportunity for outreach around a specific issue facing us today. Our first town hall focused on censorship, whereas today's topic is from globalization to hyper-nationalism. This is a hybrid event taking place both here in the room at the PSI conference and online for those joining remotely. On that note, a big thank you to PSI for hosting us and making this space possible. I'll now hand over to Rosemary Candelario, who will explain some of the rules of the session.
Thank you so much, Rachna. We do have folks here online and in person, so we just want to, I think, could we have the next slide? All right, and the next one. So we just want to, because these topics are, of course, fraught and we're all coming from very different positions, we just want to make sure that we all have some basic agreements about how we will be together during this time, online and in person. Just FYI, the session will be recorded for documentation purposes only, so we ask people not to screenshot, not to do screen recordings, etc., because it is the hybrid event. Just logistically, we want to know when we get to the Q&A, there's a couple different ways for you to participate. Could we have the next slide? You can, if you are in person, please raise your hand and we will bring a microphone around, and this is so that folks online can hear you. If you're online, you can, of course, use the chat to drop questions, comments, or reflections. And you could also use the raise your hand function online. There's also supposed to be a Padlet link. I'm not sure if we'll post that. Okay, we will post the Padlet link if you just want to type in your question either in person or online. You can do that. Just a reminder, this goes without saying, but I think we should say it too. We want to gather with inclusivity and respect. So as you ask your questions, don't make assumptions about other people. Be kind. Treat others as you would want to be treated. And if you're online, you experience technical issues, try leaving and rejoining the session or closing other apps. And of course, you could also contact the PSI Consulate team. All right, my last job here is to introduce our moderator who will introduce our speakers. Our moderator is today Dr. Peter Eckersall, who is the Sidney E. Cohn Professor in Theater at the Graduate Center, CUNY in New York. Recent publications include Dramaturgy to Make Visible, The Legacies of New Dramaturgy for Politics and Performance in Our Times from Routledge in 2024, and Climate Theater, Ecology and Performance in a Climate Emergency, edited with Denise Varney and Jen Parker Starbuck from Routledge this year. Peter, it's all yours.
Well, thank you, and welcome everyone to this really, this wonderful gathering, but also this opportunity to discuss this really important topic. I think there are hardly any other important topics that are as big as this one in the world today. So our discussion today is going to be on the theme of from globalization to hypernationalism. I probably won't attempt to define hypernationalism. I'll leave that to the panel. But, evidently and obviously we are living in a world where we are increasingly seeing tendencies towards extreme forms of nationalism. And, that doesn't just mean that you have a group of people advocating for a particularly essentialist or narrow viewpoint about their identity or cultural practices, but even more, it's all about exclusion. It's really a practice that is a political practice to create forums of sovereignty around inclusion and exclusion. And I think this is really a very potent and really serious problem that we can discuss today. So I'm going to introduce the panel now, and if you just bear with me, the email has just arrived with the speakers' bios. I was prepared. I did have some, and not all of them are here, but yeah. So I'm going to read the bios out of all the panel, and then we'll proceed along the line, and each speaker will have up to 7 minutes, between 5 and 7 minutes, to offer a conversation or a provocation. They will be timed so that we're going to make sure that everybody gets their opportunity, but also to leave time for discussion in this forum today. So I'll briefly introduce the panel now. Firstly, we'll hear from Shannon Jackson, who is the Hadidi Professor at UC Berkeley and author of several books and online platforms, including Backstages 2022, Public Servants 2016, Social Works 2011, and much more. Her thoughts today draw from previous and current work as co-PI with Judith Butler on a project called A Counter-Imaginary in Authoritarian Times. We will also hear along the line from Alex Taek Gwang Lee, who is Professor of Philosophy and Cultural Studies at Kyung-hee University in South Korea, where he directs both the Center for Cross-Cultural Studies and Global Center for Technology in Humanities. He is also visiting professor at the Center for Applied Philosophy, Politics and Ethics at the University of Birmingham and global expert at the Jan Evangeliska, I can't pronounce the third word, Perkone University in the Czech Republic. In 2021, he served as program manager for the Venice Biennale of Architecture. His English language monographs include Communism After Deleuze, 2015, Made in Nowhere, Essays on Asiatic Modes of Existence, 2025, and so is the second publication, 2025, Colors of the Concepts, 2025, and Weak Technologies, 2026, an incredibly busy year for him. He's also contributed numerous chapters to edited volumes and writes regularly for eFlux and other media platforms, published extensively in Korea with more than 12 books to his name. And as we know, he was one of the keynote speakers at our conference today. So welcome. Third speaker will be Helena Grahand, who is the Vice Chancellor's Professorial Research Fellow at the Western Australian Academy of Performing Arts, Edith Cowan University. She writes about performance, ethics, and spectatorship, and new media dramaturgy and theatre and politics, and she is the general editor of Performance Research. Our next speaker is Dr. Romanul A. Kuraming, is the program leader of the Historical and International Studies and coordinator of Southeast Studies at the University of Brunei Darussalam. He obtained his PhD in South Asian Studies from the Australian University, an MA in Southeast Asian Studies from the National University of Singapore, and an MA in Asian Studies from the University of Philippines, Diliman. His research interests are politics of knowledge production, state intellectual relations, and Filipino Malayas. And our final speaker, and I'm just going to switch over documents here, is Francis Gaylogo. And Francis, I wasn't sent your bio, so I've cripped one from the internet, so please forgive me if it's not correct. So Francis A. Galeo is a professor of history at the Ateneo de Manila University in Quezon City, the Philippines. His research interests include social history, history of disasters, and history of social movements. So please join me in welcoming the committee. Have I included everybody here? Yep. Okay, so please join me in welcoming the committee. So we're going to do a round robin now, and we'll hear from each of the speakers.
May I have my first slide, please? And not start counting until we get it there. Just counting on showing slides to help me keep to time and give you something to process. Okay, one more, I think. All right. We need not heed Brecht's call for more inspectors and inquisitors. Nothing should stop us from enjoying the prosperous tranquility of the capitalist paradise we have built for ourselves. That's Peter Thiel. Here in this session on the shifting winds of capitalism, as it was framed to me, I start with a quote from someone who shifts in that wind, and at this point speaks as if he controls the wind. As perhaps some of you know, Peter Thiel is a spectacularly aggressive investor in the Silicon Valley economy, which is itself an economy that shifts within the winds of globalization and hypernationalism. He identifies less as a Republican in the US than as a libertarian. He is gay and no longer closeted, thanks to a public outing. Peter and I were actually in the same class at Stanford. When I read essays like the one I just cited, I can see him arguing within the humanities syllabus of Western culture we shared. Throughout the essay, he quotes Plato, Aristotle, Thucydides, and Locke, and of course, Hobbes and Machiavelli, all toward an argument that elevates Leo Strauss as the precursor to a necessary neoconservative shift. He has the gall to invoke, as you see, Bertolt Brecht on the way. Whatever his hyper-capitalist orientation on the world, Peter wants often to display his skills as a humanist. Peter Thiel is a conundrum, a gay man who opposes human rights, a humanities buff who would defund the humanities. As such, he's a reminder of the self-contradictory nature of capitalist power and its opportunistic relation to the humanities. Next slide, please. Trump speaks in so many falsehoods, and we have to ask ourselves, why is it that people are ready to believe falsehoods? I guess my theory is that they actually know he is lying. They know he is exaggerating. They know that nothing grounds many of his claims, but they are thrilled with the idea he is able to say whatever he wants and make it seem true. So I continue here with a quote from my colleague Judith Butler, who tries to make sense of the wind. Judith is special to many of us at a performance studies conference, but of course remember that Judith first and foremost is a philosopher, one who keeps continental philosophy and critical theory alive, and whose work is fundamentally based in immanent critique. Often immanent critique of a humanities syllabus of Western culture, albeit one strategically decolonized. For Judith, that often includes the great thinkers of 18th and 19th and 20th century Western philosophy, and of course, just to one more slide, please, the refugee philosophers who helped us understand the winds of authoritarian regimes in past. Walter Benjamin, Weber, Arendt, Adorno, Bloch, and many more. I'm putting up some things that are informing my thoughts as well as things that Judith talks about. When Judith spoke in that interview about an authoritarian leader now in my home country, they are echoing these arguments of the past. Hannah Arendt, Adorno, and many more explored the compelling nature of falsehood and the thrill of filling the public sphere with lies. As Arendt once said, the effect here is not so much that a populace believes the lies, but that they stop believing in anything. And with such an unbelieving populace, leaders can do as they please. In thinking about our charge today, I'm thinking about these two very contrasting figures and two contrasting stances toward the humanities. And I'm thinking about the holding of contrasts and ambiguity as one of the great gifts of the arts and humanities. So I'm going to share more contrasts, or to use a humanist trope, antinomies, one more slide please, with which I find myself constantly reckoning, and I'll reckon with you today. So first, authoritarian regimes operate similarly to the regimes of the past, or they operate differently. Sorry, it's drafty here. Both are true. And in my grant with Judith, to which Peter referred, I'm exploring the ways that they are. The strategy of falsity is one strategy of the past. The feeding of resentment to distract attention from economic and political takeover, that's another. But of course, conditions are different too. The othered scapegoats are now different. Migrants, trans people, climate activists. Communication economies are different too. What Adorno and Horkheimer once called the culture industry is different. As Maura Weigel has argued, we've moved from a one-to-many communication system to a many-to-many media landscape. A networked landscape algorithmically organized so that capitalism appears as an intimate friend. The stance is not conformity, as Adorno and Horkheimer once argued, but individuality. Messages curated for you and only you. If hyper-nationalism is indeed happening right now, we might want to think about how it coincides with hyper-personalization as a network strategy. Two, authoritarian regimes are strategic and planful, and they're not. Both are true. In my own country, Project 2025 provided key evidence of a strategic planful strategy, and it's no coincidence that its co-author, Brandon Carr, became head of our federal communication system, monitoring and redirecting capital through a takeover of this form of state power. But of course, there's a lot of evidence that this regime in the US is incapable of sticking to a plan, that irrationality and impulsivity are primary propellers of any process, whether we call it hypernationalism or globalization. Next one, hypernationalism is different now from globalization, or hypernationalism is a way to hide global control in new form. I phrase that antinomy as if I know the answer, but it's a genuine question. In decades past, I've angrily observed elected representatives argue for the reduction of national support systems, or what my colleague Ruthie Gilmer called anti-state state actors. If the discursive move now is pro-state, if not pro-national support systems, then it is certainly one focused on maintaining the bounded sovereignty of one's own nation, one's own jobs, one's own economy, military dominance, etc. But that pro-nationalist strategy is shared by autocratic leaders of many nations who operate, of course, from the same playbook. This is to say that we might be in a new era of anti-global global actors, those who use the cover of pro-nationalism to distract attention from autocracy's global coalition. For the arts and humanities are irrelevant to authoritarian regimes and can be ignored. They're also too relevant and must be controlled. This antinomy potentially bespeaks a strategy of deflection. In my country, and many represented here, the discourse of the first functions as a cover for the manipulations of the second. If the domain of culture weren't so relevant, my own administration wouldn't be taking it over with such frantic intensity, so that culture can be more effectively functioning as a marketing campaign for the administration. The irrelevance of what we do will be touted continually alongside attempts to take over what we do. And 5, subterfuge is capitulation. Subterfuge is resistance. In that situation that described, you might be like me, many of you, in a constant state of calibration of how we keep doing what we do. The Mellon Foundation is funding a grant with me and Judith to explore authoritarianism, but they decided not to announce it. You can't find us anywhere on their website. More decisions like this are made continually in this project. Are we capitulating in advance when we decide to be covert, or are we being strategically resistant? Part of what James Scott might have called a hidden transcript in 21st century US form. Last slide, please. More antinomies abound, but my minutes have run out, and I'll close by simply listing a few more frames that are, if not solutions, principles to think with and perhaps to discuss later. Once again, the arts and humanities' great strengths might be their ability to hold contradiction, to understand ambiguity, to take the messy work of feeling seriously. And GAP seems to be clearly a coalition of people, institutions who know that. Perhaps together we can cultivate asymmetrical and variable systems of care and of resistant subterfuge, carrying forward a venerable tradition that, if I may cite our keynoter earlier, the traditional arts of the weak technology of even a forum like this one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Already Shannon delivered my word enough, but I want to add some on the what she conceptualized and clarified. And you know, my slide. Okay, just I think we have now the 2 cards on table. You know, one is planetary turn. Planetary turn is which will be actually new expression or some new conceptualization or a new metaphor, yeah, whatever you want, which can replace the very familiar term globalization. Then another card on the table is very disturbing reality, as Shannon really clarified, is a hyper-nationalism or return of a certain state power, but with a different phase. What is that? Is AI. That's my idea. Is AI sovereignty or some Now we Asian country, the people in this region really obsessed in the term. I think there's some guys in the Malaysia and the Singapore. That word I personally came across was the Singapore. So I had some the AI conference last year, and then I heard this word firstly in Singapore, and then sovereign AI, something like that. So whether it is actually the feasible or not, in my opinion, anyway, just sovereign AI and AI sovereignty at some point is a little bit contrast. You know, what is sovereign AI and then AI sovereignty? It's like, you know, the imperialism and anti-colonialism or some post-colonialism, something like that. It's, in my opinion, just the one actually, you know, one piece of actually, you know, the two the bodies at some point is if you like, so is kind of some vicious circle, is dialectical. You know, the combination there is it looked like quite different. Is a sovereign AI is a suggestive for the actually the resistance to the AI sovereignty. But in my opinion, if you actually the using actually, you know, this the playing this game, the card game, and you can find out, you know, there is no alternative to this game. That is a big problem in my opinion. So the planetary turn emerged at the historical moment when the globalization no longer appears to provide adequate framework for understanding organization of the world. So in this sense, a planetary turn might be some imperative, you know, the imperative concept, if you like, you know, the Kant, Immanuel Kant, but more like, you know, the liberal sense. But in my opinion, it's an ontological turn. So we cannot resist this turn. This turn is already actually coming to this the world, and then a global order no longer, you know, actually sustain, you know, today. That is a big problem. And why this global order no longer sustain? Actually, okay, so I started to discuss this topic 5 years ago. People were quite skeptical, but now because of Trump, you know, I don't know actually who it is, but anyway, just who he is. But actually, some MAGA, you know, people believe that he's the you know, king and curious, something like that. But anyway, just very, you know, the apocalyptic figure is there. But anyway, he actually accelerated this kind of decline of existing world order, which was established after Second World War. All right. So now actually, anyway, just facing up. But some people said this is the end of globalization. And what else, you know, now we have? In my opinion, this planetary turn. And then technology now look like what? Is contribute itself, its own advancement. In my own term, is a techno-scientific paradigm. What is to actually, you know, accelerate this kind of decline? At some point, it's the end of globalization, but planetary, you know, something comes out. Why? They need more than before. What? Planetary unification of this supply chain. But this is a reality. But we actually, at some point, is you know, think about is a return of a nation state on surface. But in my opinion, the end of globalization does not mean that international circulation has ceased. You know, international circulation is still there. You know, they actually extracting more natural resources and naval power. You know, they're using more energy. They're using more actually, you know, the natural resources. You know, the materials. Even, you know, they are using actually more in naval power to build up this kind of new platform. That's my idea. So my idea from the started from, you know, this kind of you know, the actually the understanding. So this one, okay. All right. So and then. Yeah, the globalization is displacing into structural fragmentation and geopolitical rivalry. This is what I showed that. So in this sense, you know, globalization was never the contradictory to the nation state. Actually, what was the globalization? It doesn't mean, okay, just against the neoliberal, you know, the ideology. In my opinion, neoliberalism nothing else than, you know, imposing one rule over different nation state. What was the one rule? Is a global market. Now, actually, global market is reformulated, reorganized. You know, it doesn't mean actually they actually created a new world. It's they try to keep on this status quo. They actually enjoyed this kind of accumulation. That's what I think situation we had. The next slide, please. So in this, sorry. And then this is what exactly so that global and planetary. I just put down this kind of some classification. Next one. And then in this sense, which one actually really exploiting or extracting this kind of natural resources and then the energy from our actually the living world, the definitely computation. Okay, just now we'll actually have this kind of world which was perfectly computized by the machine. And what is this machine? Machine nothing else than the actualization of this kind of a sovereign power. This foundational model. It is what actually made this model. Of course, Silicon Valley. Many actually, the leftist critique or some liberal critique, of the Silicon Valley. I think problem is we are already part of this world, and that problem is how can we escape from this kind of assemblage, this kind of arrangement we already participate in. So actually, your self-refugee, this is idea is really, really actually important. That's why I love the performance art. It might be very good, example. It's not just nowadays art, turn into kind of political practice. I think we should understand this kind of turning point. That's my idea. In the next slide. So and then this was a lot of people actually we have the myth of immaterial AI. But in my opinion, computation is a bounded territory. You already have this kind of idea. Chinese AI and then Silicon Valley AI. And then even actually the small country insisting, the sovereign AI, something like that. This is actually show that this AI is symptomatically bounded to the territory, labor, and ecology. In the next slide. So dual movement of AI, universal extraction, and concentrated sovereign ownership. I think this is reality. And then already we actually what? Participate in this kind of ownership. So this is a nationalism. Nationalism is what? Captured our desire to what? Is a practice our own life. But this nationalism always what? Is captured our desire to be different. So this idea, actually, my idea in this sense, we should revive this politics of difference. So in the next slide, the libidinal dimension could, because we are all different. We are equal because we are all different. This is actually what European Enlightenment discovered. Not only European, but other, the actually enlightened people recognize this one. We are equal, but we are different. But, actually this kind of a sovereign power always said, we are same. That's why we are equal. That is a nationalism, but we are not same. If actually, we believe that we are not same, we must remove this kind, erase this kind of difference from our community. That is what exactly fascism. Now we're witnessing this return of fascism. So in the next slide, please. Yeah, please. Sorry, just that. And then a new sovereign machine is like the territorial authority, platform, capitalism, digital infrastructure. This is, in my opinion, there's some kind of the elements consist of this sovereign power. Next, please. And then now the state and the mega corporation. In this situation, I think state now is more and more stronger than, much stronger than the before. And then at some point is quite regressive in this sense. And the next one, the planetary limit might be some political front line in this sense. How can we rebuild? How can we actualize this kind of limit, or some represent this kind of limit, or some how can we actually make this a kind of limit as a philosophical concept or some theorization. That's most important. And the next one, and then governments is okay, just moving beyond the market and nationalism. I just suggest three. The global liberalism. Okay, now we have, and the sovereign nationalism, and three, planetary democracy. I think we should go this third one. Planetary democracy. How can we do that? Actually, I think in my keynote I suggest weak technology. Weak technology is not just the technology, but what I mean actually weak technology kind of the way to understand technology as the way of existing, ontological, practice. Then my conclusion. Yeah, so towards the planetary politics of technology. In this sense, we shouldn't reject technology, or we cannot reject technology, but we appropriate the technology, and we dismantle this kind of a project, and we must create our own technology in ontological way. That's why all life must be performative. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. I think I'm going to take us into a bit of a more micro moment here, and then just to think about how that micro moment, which is my own, a reflection on my own city and country, and how the things that we're trying to put in place there to claim a space for the arts and the humanities, and how they might be able to be employed for you, and they probably are already being employed for you in your own countries and cities and places of home. I just think that we need to remember these. So, I'm from Australia. It's a very big country, and it has a lot of mining. We also are meant to be a multicultural country, and a country where the fair go for everyone was the sort of supposed philosophy of living there. Recently, we've had the re-rise of the far right in the guise of an orange-headed woman, not me, who, you know, follows Trump's kind of ideas of baiting people. She has just recently announced that she wants Australia to be a monoculture, and she has incited hate and division and rupture in the country. And she's incredibly popular amongst a lot of disenfranchised, perhaps young people, and a lot of country people who feel that they're not represented, etc. You get the scene. It's the same picture that's replicated in many parts of the globe. Anyway, in my own state of Western Australia, which is the richest state in Australia, it's an incredibly wealthy state because it's made out of iron ore, and everybody needs iron ore apparently. It's a state where you see people walking around in high visibility outfits all the time because a lot of people are employed in mines, where people are what are called FIFOs, fly in, fly out workers, and a state where the most important thing other than, you know, your own life is football. So in that context, it's very difficult to make art and to have a space for art and to argue for the validity and significance of art. But there is a thriving art scene, and there is an awful lot of independent producers and artists working against that kind of dominant culture, intervening into it, piercing it in their own way. They're not very well funded, and they often do it by crowdsourcing, being supported by subscribers and getting small grants from small independent arts organizations. But their work is incredibly powerful. And mostly it's political. And it's asking us to think about issues such as refugees, climate change, the oppression of women and trans people, gay rights, all of those things in beautifully crafted contemporary performance and dance works. So the problem is this work comes along, it's produced to great acclaim, and then it fades away because in the culture of speed and swipe in which we operate, and in the culture where we have very few newspapers and magazines and online fora that are still reviewing work, the massive investment in these works just doesn't leave much of a trace. It's definitely ephemeral. And so what we have been trying to do is to reclaim part of the work or capture it by holding discussions, by having symposia with artists and interdisciplinary scholars to introduce the ideas the work generates across the sector, the university, and with publics. These are free events. We invite people from huge ranges of the society to come and hear us talking with the artists about their work. So I think that those kinds of localized strategies of keeping the work going, of giving it a life after that initial performance is a really valid way for us to think about maintaining our stance and our points of resistance into this kind of horrible world order that we're living in. I would also just say that I think as scholars and artists, we should keep publishing essays and manifestos and creative pieces about the work we're seeing, local or international, so that we keep the discussion alive and share the work with the artists and with the communities, because there's another way in which we can reward, in a way, the labor that has gone into this work, and also keep the thinking that the work is trying to engender going. So my minor little contribution is to a plea to all of you to keep doing that. And I would like to just call out that PSI Constellate is a great way in which that kind of discussion goes on as our conferences like this. So please keep piercing the bubble with your thoughts and discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. Thanks, Jasmine. Actually, last night when I was taking a look at the detail of what is this going to be, I was horrified at the realization that, what have I gotten myself into? So when Jasmine sent this invitation, I took a look at the title and it seemed seductive and interesting. I said, okay, let me do it. And then without realizing what is this about. So it's really very difficult for me to think what will I be able to contribute to this kind of ground table. And so in trying to grasp what could I speak about, so yeah, the idea of globalization and hypernationalism, I see this is the kind of one of the main object of critique of Glessan's ideas that we have been talking about in the past couple of days. So yeah, perhaps I was thinking that could be a good point to discuss, but I'm sure that you are already very much tired about listening about all these kind of concepts. So probably that's not a good idea. But the idea is, the point is, indeed, there are a lot of things that Glessan was talking about that really speaks to this kind of globalization and hyper nationalism. So in my effort to find another angle, perhaps I was thinking, it reminds me that one of the things that came out lately was this article that I've read in the news that in the Nature Index, 9 out of 10 top 10 universities were Chinese universities, and Harvard was the only one who figured in top 10. And this Nature Index represents the most advanced researches, publications in science. And if you take a look at the top 20, about 15 or 16 of them are also Chinese universities. Only a handful were non-Chinese. And that reminded me of my experience, because I'm coming from area studies. So Southeast Asian studies is my area. And I remember my experience in China when I visited this, I had an opportunity to visit this university. It's called Beijing University of Foreign Studies. And I was shocked to know that they are teaching over 100 languages in that university. They produce textbooks, their own textbooks, in 87 languages. I met second-year students who's majoring in Filipino, and she was already some kind of fluent. They produce their own PhD in Filipino without Filipino scholars in their faculty. So, me, having been exposed to the continuous problem, perpetual problem that rack Asian studies scholarship, where teaching this kind of languages has really become a problem, very, very challenging for them to develop this kind of expertise in the United States, for example, knowing that this one university in China is teaching over 100 languages really blew me away. Really blew me away. And then a few weeks ago, a friend who is a well-known art historian, he went to one of these art universities in China, in Hangzhou, and he was blown away by the output of students. Over 1,000 students were having their exhibition, about to graduate. These are fourth-year kind of exhibition. And he took a look at this kind of work, and he said, the scale and the level of expertise was mind-blowing, according to my friend. So what we're seeing here in this kind of anecdotes is the kind of, the rise of China as a new element in what's going on. It will affect the kind of global knowledge landscape that is being shaped up. And I remember in the 1990s, I was teaching Asian history back in the Philippines, and also global history. And and looking back, okay, looking back during the time when I was teaching about India, about China, and we're stuck to the idea that, yeah, indeed, these civilizations, they might have been advanced before, but what really matters is that the West surged up since the 1500s onwards, and that's the end of it. So this civilization is, just stuck in that kind of thing. They have their own kind of problem. So the kind of analysis is, I was thinking during the time, if only there is at least one Asian country who would really dominate the world, okay? And there might be some kind of comparison in the way how we discuss all this kind of philosophy and all, and it's not just about the dominance of the West. Now, looking back now that China is really rising, it gave me this kind of idea that considering the resources they have, their universities are fantastic in China. They have so much money, they have so much resources, they have so much talent. And it's just a matter of time that these people will really be producing a lot. And if it is so easy for us today to consider what we know, what we have read in English to be the best in the field, it's just a matter of time that we begin to realize that perhaps there are things that have been published in Chinese that we don't know that probably is much better. So, yeah. So 1 minute, and finally, I'm surviving. Okay, after, I've been struggling to say something about it, and it's hearing 1 minute is, good grace. Okay, so that's the point. Okay, so we are entering into this kind of new phase of the development where knowledge system, the knowledge global landscape is changing. And this is true not just for technology and sciences, but also in the humanities. And it gives us some food for thought. What can we do, and what is the implications of the rise of China in every disciplines that we have. Thank you very much.
Can I go there? Sorry. Yeah, here perhaps. Sorry, I ran out of table space. Uh, Allow me to be just like Helena, to be more particular about my situation and context in the Philippines in my discussion. On April 19, 2026, 19 individuals died in the rural town of Taboso, Negros Occidental in the Philippines in what the armed forces of the Philippines claim to be casualties of armed combat between the Philippine military and the communist guerrillas belonging to the New People's Army. The military claimed that the fight was a legitimate armed engagement with government forces. In a later statement, however, the New People's Army claimed that only 10 of those who died were actual guerrillas. The other 9 were unarmed civilian non-combatants. The identified nine civilians included the student leader from the University of the Philippines, a community journalist and literary writer, peasant activists, American International Solidarity advocates, and a number of civilian peasant local residents. the contentious narratives drew widespread attention with the issuance of statements from official government sources, civil society organizations, human rights activists, and even international support groups. An interesting facet of the conflicting narratives was the way social media became the locus of contestation for the representation and image making of those who died in the event. It was noted that there was seemingly a coordinated and systematic effort at massive social media posting of the image of corned beef in cans, in many comments and replies, as well as the laugh, haha emojis to posts related to those who died, supposedly representing the image that they were just dead meat or disposable, cheap commodity about to be consumed or to be laughed at, and that should not be taken seriously by anybody. This even prompted the leading Filipino forensic pathologist, Dr. Raquel Fortun, who examined the bodies of those who died in a press briefing, not only to lament the mishandling of the bodies by government agencies, but more importantly, to call out the dehumanization of the fatalities with the widespread social media corned beef laugh emoji misrepresentation. Ang nakita ko ay tao, she said. What I examined and what I saw are human beings. The controversy surrounding the Taboso 19 was just one of the many examples at how information dissemination and the power of social media to spread material data into opinion-defined, anonymized, and evidently coordinated misrepresentation usually associated with right-wing information groups about to sway public opinion through algorithm-induced posts uh, about issues related to human rights, social justice, national sovereignty, and international solidarity. The Taboso 19 case may be seen as replicated in various spatial contexts. In Palestine, where schools, hospitals, and universities were bombed. In Iran, where the killings of around 150 schoolgirls happened as a result of coordinated American-Israeli attacks. Or even the war in Ukraine, the blockade of Cuba, the local conflicts in many parts of the global south, in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. These areas of actual conflict were transmuted in social media with significant opinion generation mechanisms defined by the algorithm of information flows. One must note that the globalized platforms of these were huge global corporations monopolized by a number of institutions as social media empires. We can talk about Meta, Facebook, X, Alphabet, Microsoft, and Truth Social, for example. Information flows, therefore, were not neutral sites or platforms of contestation. These are owned and controlled by big business corporations and are platforms where information and global capital flows into societies. Corporatized information globalization is the context where opinions transmuted and regarded as facts, the representation of the silent majority, in quotes, becoming a shield for institutionalized, organized, coordinated, and well-financed perspective generation targeted at societies and institutions for particular political, economic, and cultural perspectives. In real-time actual societal existence, there became real threats where advocates for human rights and social justice, even institutionalized mechanisms for the protection of academic freedom and historical truths, for example, were being threatened at the same time as social media distortions of information were becoming normalized and accepted with the conditions of anonymized SOCMED engagements. Going back to the Philippines, the contest between the two most powerful political dynastic and oligarchic families of the Marcoses and the Dutertes both employ these instruments. And there are, in real existence and in cyberspace, about to advance their own versions of self-serving narratives. The revelations surrounding the controversial role and impact of firms like the defunct Cambridge Analytica and other forms of similar orientation must therefore be interrogated. the historical distortion about the Philippine experiences on authoritarian rule, first during martial law period under Ferdinand Marcos Sr., and the Philippine bloody drug war waged under the presidency of then President Rodrigo Duterte became more pronounced in these social media wars. The massive corruption scandals associated with both camps were also other examples. The country became a geopolitical ground for contestation between China and the United States, with the two oligarchic families representing the local support from either superpowers. One group is silent, if not supportive, of the Chinese activities in the South China Sea, while the other was heralding as part of the national security regime the presence of American troops in Philippine territory via the Visiting Forces Agreement and the accommodations to Project Paxilica that seeks to integrate the Philippines into what many analysts would term as the development of a hub to integrate the military-industrial complex of the U.S. with AI data center development, utilizing critical minerals extracted from Philippine mines and processed data centers in the Philippines using Philippine land and resources. Allow me to be in the conclusion stage already, sorry. All is not lost, however. Threats to academic freedom and historical truths were confronted by progressive academics with the advocacy for human rights, social justice, and international solidarity. The formation in the Philippines of Scholars for Peace, Abacada, or the Academe and People Against Disinformation, Mike Pante is one of the conveners, Tanggol Kasaysayan, or Defend History, and the Network in Defense of Academic Freedom and Historical Truth, convened by Lulu here, are just examples of organizations whose engagements both in cyberspace and in actual society are formed, despite the limitations of the present repressive conditions. Fact-checkers and academic activists are becoming more and more vigilant in the campaign about historical distortion and the twisting of contemporary narratives. Despite the threats of red baiting and actual repression, international solidarity groups and progressive alliances are being formed globally to combat the present challenges. The intensification of the campaigns for democratization, assertion of national sovereignty, social justice, and human rights by people's movements and international solidarity groups are now serving as antithesis to imperialist globalization of these information flows. The academic community holds an important position in these, not only as purveyors of knowledge, but as defenders of critical thinking and progressive pro-people analysis of society. Maraming salamat.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Well, thank you, thank you. Indeed, thank you to the panel. They were really fantastic contributions, and I do apologize for rushing you along and making you keep to time. But perhaps if I could just try and review some of the terms or themes or key words that have appeared in this really. So we began with the idea of antinomy and this necessary need to hold contradiction within our thoughts and within our actions and with our creative practices, and also the introduction at the very outset of the kind of, what Yaros Varoufakis has called techno-feudalism, and the kind of new age of a new form of colonizing power. And then we moved into very much the question of accelerationism towards the planetary and this sort of global machine of AI that will dominate and overwhelm us. And I think this presence of scale was something that reappeared in many of the papers. And certainly extraction, the extraction economy was highlighted in Helena's talk, but also the necessity for communities like ourselves to in fact gather and have conversations, presumably human to human too. So greetings to those who are online, but one of the features of, I guess, the global machine is that it is not a human machine. So that is necessary. The dehumanization activities of social media and the way that it turns catastrophic events into a form of sort of spectacle that is suddenly appearing on your Instagram feed or some other form of social media. And also this idea of acceleration in the knowledge economy and the example from China, I think, is a very powerful, salient example. Many of us work in China in some ways, and we see the accelerationism of their knowledge industries, but also the ruthlessness with which they apply a certain kind of industrial logic to it. So there are some provisional thoughts, and I think we will now open it up to comments from the floor. Please keep in mind that you need to use a microphone because we have people joining us online. And also, if there are people who are online who would like to offer a comment, could you please make yourself known?
Can we get the link also about the Padlet up so that if people want to use the Padlet to comment?
Hi, thank you. I'll try to see whether I make sense.
Just please introduce yourself.
I'm Felipe Cervera, and I'm based at UCLA. A couple of thoughts. The first one, I think that, yeah, I really appreciate the last two contributions just because it throws into sharp relief the idea of a totemic power that is organized in the global order. I'm not entirely sure I would be agreeable to a Chinese global order altogether, but the idea that what is at stake right now is a multipolarity, I think it's important to remember, to the extent that, and this is the contribution of our last speaker, that when we're speaking of collapsing institutions and regimes of oppression, it's important to remember that what we are experiencing in the US has been experienced elsewhere for the last 150 years. And so it's only now that the US experience it that becomes a bit more visible, but nevertheless, it's been there. And I wanted to push back on the idea of planetary democracy. I think when we speak of planetarity, it's important to draw the several traditions of planetary thought that are out there. And in this case, I'm not sure if we want to emphasize a planetary democracy as the global governance. There's a tradition of planetary thought in post-colonial studies, obviously from Spivak, but Chakrabarty articulates the planetary really beautifully as an ontology of difference. And this is the political aporia of the planet, right? The planet is a social ecological unit that produces difference. And so how exactly that planetary democracy works, it sounds really neat when we think of democracy as a political system that organizes the demos and votes, etc. But at a planetary scale, it might not work that neatly. And then the other thing about the planetary is that we cannot speak about the planetary without also bringing Black voices. And the other one is that we cannot speak about the planetary without also addressing the extraterrestrial. The other side of the AI economy is the space economy. And whereas the AI economy is ruled by international law, the space economy is not. And so long as scholars in the humanities fail to see the extraterrestrial not as a science fiction, we will continue to lose the battle against people like Peter Thiel that continue to colonize the extraterrestrial and the futures that it brings. So just to push back a bit in the spirit of advancing planetary discourse a bit more critically, because it is very easy to fall back into the planetary as this utopia of harmony at the planetary scale, but I think it's a bit more tricky to talk about that, and I do think we need to bring several discourses of planetary into the mix, precisely because that's what the planet is, right? The planet creates difference, and so not having difference in that perspective will fail the mission of the planet. Thank you.
Thank you. If anybody on the panel would like to respond, please do so, but I might just see if there are some other, okay. Yeah.
Because I use that term planetary democracy, so yeah, a little bit complicated to explain what planetary democracy. Actually, I keep emphasizing this situation is more ontological. I think you must understand this one. That's why I think we need the philosophy. You know, this philosophical term, right? So now we have a very, the disturbing situation because we actually endowed the power of philosophy to religion. You know, that is a really serious one. The MAGA movement in America, I think a total failure of leftist agenda, whatever you like, socialist, including Soviet Union. So my point is that planetary democracy is not imperative. I'm not Kantian. I hate Kant, Not like that. It's a planetary democracy is our ontological state. We are born democratic, We are all born with differences. But this nation state, when the great, the European Enlightenment created scientific, the governance, scientific theory of governance, that's what Michel Foucault said. What is, the modernity? According to Michel actually Foucault, it's the invention of a theory of governance, the theory of governance. I think we're still living in this kind of world, is what, European Enlightenment made. But actually, because of the development of technology, okay, just Peter Thiel, you actually mentioned Peter Thiel, he wanted, and then even Elon Musk, we should go to the Mars, something like that. Of course, it's not just the rhetoric, but what does they mean? They actually confessed, they revealed the truth. This technology must be bound to the territory. But in my opinion, technology does not belong to territory. Technology belongs to our abstract idea. That is technology. That is the meaning of ontology. We actually ontologically, being. What does that mean? The abstract being. We are living as an abstract. So we need to actualize this abstract. Only thing we can do that is, in my opinion, art.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's one thing. So we are existing as democratic, not, that's why how can we liberate our being from this kind of frame? That is my question.
Yeah. Are there any more comments from the floor? Anybody want to make a, yes?
Thanks to the panel. That was really fascinating set of ideas. I guess it was making me think about the fact that governance works as a kind of performative, or works within a performative economy. And that, I was thinking that, Shannon, when you quoted Judith Butler, because in a way, I guess what we've seen over and over with Trump is that he produces legitimacy through performance rather than through the rule of law. And if techno-feudalism is sort of inviting us to look away from the 19th century nation state towards the medieval structure in which we see overlapping institutions, I mean, there's also a lot of excitement in that. I know we think of the medieval period in particular kinds of ways. Medievalists invite us to think of them in more creative ways around that kind of fractured sovereignty, or the possibilities of it. And I guess there's this kind of question about if medieval Europe generated legitimacy through performative structures of ritual and ceremony, how do we kind of show that our relevance actually at this particular historical moment couldn't be clearer? There is a job for theater and performance scholars at this moment. There's a seat at that particular table.
Thank you. Maybe I'll take a few questions because we only have about 20 minutes left, and then we'll come back to the panel. So I think there was one here. Yeah. Sorry. We'll take you, and then and then there was one here as well. So.
Michael Hornblow. Yeah, the other idea that thinking about the globalization and the planetary turn, I was reminded of Jean-Luc Nancy's idea of mondialization, which is to be bound to the earth, and the kind of embodied sense of that, which is perhaps quite relevant to to us as performers, and it also reminded me of there was a Chinese presenter yesterday, and sorry I forget the name, but she was talking about how difficult it is to be doing performance art in China, and one of the relationship that she had was this emphasis on cultivation rather than confrontation. So that was also kind of a nice kind of thinking about the embodied relationship that was also about community and working between artists and non-artists. So I thought, yeah, just offer that.
Thank you. I'll go to Bruno, and I have the microphone here. So, but it might be a good time if anybody's online who want to make a comment, we could take it after this one.
Hello, thank you. Thank you very much for this conversation, because I'm trying to sum up a little some ideas that I would love to put on the discussion, because I think there is something that I would really love to have this opinion, or at least to share it collectively. So I have the feeling that instead of talking about the things that are not working, I would love to reflect on what could be done actually. So Eileen we were talking about keep discussing, keep publishing, keep maybe changing the knowledge production, so the rise of China maybe can change the epistemology, or at least something that is related to the epistemological framework, as well as maybe we don't have to use anymore the word territory, or because anyway it's still related to the exercise of terror, or something that is still related to the land, and all the land-based framework we know that is really colonial and all other things. But so my question, maybe if there is a question, since I'm working on piracy, and I'm working on the idea that piracy could be really the counter alternative, or something that is not hyper-nationalism, and then maybe how can we work really on the internationalism? You spoke a little, you spoke really, my country, but this amazing situation where we are is like there are so many countries, and we are in Indonesia where actually, no, this is too long. But the point is, I talk about piracy because the issue of piracy is the economy, it's a struggle related to economy. And so when we say, let's keep doing something, I want to ask you as how the academic knowledge could work with the idea of the economy, of the fact that actually there is no funding for new generation scholars, or for the researchers and artists, and no matter where we are, no matter the geographies, the problem is still on the class struggle. And so I don't know, I would love to hear some of your voices around this. Thank you.
Thank you. I will come back to the panel, but are there anybody online that would like to make a comment or have a question? Then we have one more, and then we'll come back to the panel and hear some thoughts there.
Thanks so much to the panel and everyone. That was such a great question. I hesitate to even add anything, but I think on a similar line, I was wondering about what Professor Lee was saying about the idea that the shift in AI is maybe as much a matter of marketing as any kind of ontological shift in the technologies that we have, or substantive and advancement, that these are changes that have been happening to us, and that the resources were always being concentrated, that global flows were never even, right? And that they were always being afforded to specific people, which I guess the context is just making me wonder if hyper-nationalism is actually what's happening when just wondering if the nation is actually as relevant here when there's so few people with such a concentration of power. And then I guess it just, where to recover the human when our economies of value seem to have so completely outstripped most of us, I guess. I don't know.
Thank you. Shall we come back to some comments from the panel now? We have 12 more minutes, so there was no comment from online as far as I could tell. If there is, please make yourself visible. But for now, we'll go back to the panel, and maybe we'll go down the panel and ask for some comment from each of you. So, yeah, thank you.
So just maybe we'll all try to connect a few dots and we'll do some daisy chain. I'll just say something about the performativity of governance, and also this intriguing thought about the medieval period. And
what at least I started to hear in there is something about the role of ritual, the role of the role of words or ritual to produce a reality to which it appears to refer, right? And whether there's a role for us in that. And I guess I think it's delicate and odd and strange, but I think that there's a few things there. One, feeling, the role of feeling, and I wasn't able to elaborate on some of the other things on my list, but the role of something like the feeling of resentment, of ressentiment, and how that feels, the thrill of the, and certain kinds of ritual production that produce a new truth. And whether or not what we could be doing in really understanding those feelings, that rather than it being, oh, let's find a better argument, as soon as they understand that our democracy is getting eroded, clearly they will change their minds. Instead to really think about this domain of feeling more expansively. I also was struck about Alex's keynote where he was talking about a missing cosmology, if you remember that slide, and thinking when Hugh said that the global takeover of AI is just like the Tana Islanders, I was like, this guy is a performance studies person. But remember that moment of thinking about what it is when something has its effects on you, and it appears like it comes from elsewhere, supernatural, and that its industrial and infrastructure is not accessible. That there's something there about being part of the domain of cosmology that I think, the cosmological, that I also think is performance studies-ish. I think this idea of weak technology is, and how Alex was elaborating it, is so much about the kind of nimbleness of resistance here in our echoing microphones, our flawed Zoom, our spotty Wi-Fi. The weak technology that this gathering might be exactly, to me, I think part of what Helena was talking about the persistence of taking these actions, or of what I invoked earlier, multi-sector collaboration with all of those in cross-sector collaboration with all of those in the crosshairs, which includes people who are imperiled in academia, but journalists, arts organizations, nonprofits. This is a time also not to be anti-science as humanists, since all domains of expertise are being questioned. I do really think that working together in those multi-sector situations where we cover for each other and learn about each sector is a strategy that many of you are part of and doing, and that is also part of what I hear being proffered.
Yeah, just I think I talked too much. Sorry about this. I took too much. So actually, yeah, my point is quite simple. Actually, I don't want to romanticize a pre-modern society. All right, we shouldn't do that. So pre-modern society also very violent world. But we wanted to create actually more civilized world. All right, and then why do we actually have this kind of another violent world? That is my question. So when the technology developed, and more actually the mass. That means we are living in the mass society, as Walter Benjamin said. Actually the more actually the mass will be actually reducible. Do you understand? This is algorithmic society. We are living in the algorithmic society. That means that mass already organized. They are really well organized. They hate performer. They hate errant people. They hate the people who don't follow this algorithmic order. We should have created a different life. How? My secret, actually, the answer is that your sense of temporality. We are living in the world of Robinson Crusoe. When Robinson Crusoe arrived at the desert island first, when did he first? He actually made calendar. This is what Karl Marx said, symbolic temporality. And then we need to change. And then we need what? Invent a new sense of temporality. How can we do that? This is a new cosmology. And the archipelago is sort of, the original. At some point, I don't like this term original, but anyway, just the kind of homeland of this world. We should go back. This the cosmological imagination, and then we try to rethink this modern world, this algorithmic world, and then we could, invent our own very unique sense of temporality. That is my solution. Sorry.
I don't have an answer to the situation that, we are in a shit scenario where artists and young scholars are often in very precarious situations globally. But I do think what I was trying to say was that the model that we're trying to work with in our little local environment is to try and support people by drawing in those who have resources, those who are senior, whether it's financial resources or resources in terms of knowledge building or creating work or accessing grants, to help those coming up or those who don't, and to try and use that sense of community to keep the artists able to function. It's not ideal, but it's sort of attempting to activate a kind of guerrilla network where there is cross support. And it does rely on interdisciplinary exchanges, and it also relies on people who have the guts to go out and try and get money out of other people, which is one of the things that I think senior people probably should be doing more of, because they have the cachet. They also have the luxury, like me, of having a position and security. So that's all I can offer.
Oh, yeah. So one thing that when we think about the topic, one thing that struck me was how I was wondering if this is a superpower kind of problem, because the from the global south standpoint, nationalism is always hyper, and from the global south standpoint, many countries in the global south standpoint, the globalization, they are reduced to just as spectators of what the dominant players are doing. So I was wondering if, yeah, so it might be kind of problem that certain powerful countries are feeling, but from the standpoint of other countries in the region, particularly in terms of resources, in terms of continued emphasis on education, for example. You can see a lot of societies in this part of the world that is still very much into, particularly, for example, in the Northeast Asia, that the investment in education, so the funding, for example, in China in particular, so you'd see enormous amount of money being poured into education, and the kind of sense of problem that we keep on talking about might be, yeah, that kind of limited to certain groups of certain parts of the world, and other parts of the world might not be feeling that kind of pinch. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'm impressed by the level of discussion in this panel, but I would like to amplify what Bryce mentioned as the performativity of governance, and the line of thought that Helena was mentioning. The academia is sort of like a cocoon for most of us, even for academics from the global south societies. But somehow, um, in a number of global south societies, artists, writers who are going down to the communities and are actually feeling the realities of peasant communities, of labor unions, were actually bringing to the fore their own security, their own lives, their own liberty at risk. Um, and somehow that risk factor is either reduced if we are, for example, in a comfortable air-conditioned conference hall like this, instead of going to a peasant community, learning about the community narratives and looking at their own ways of performativity of everyday life. That's one. The second is that somehow we are being drawn into the replacement of actual real-time emotions into, well, going here, I was listening to a popular Filipino boy band group, SB19, and their song Emoji. The notion of emojifying life, that somehow our emotions are being replaced by all of these emoji icons, and that the reality out there is being concealed and not totally revealed. But there are communities where perils and dangers of life and liberty are actual lived realities, and we should also recognize that. Beyond AI, beyond the comforts of academia, the local community can actually reveal greater amounts of truth and more human emotions than emojis. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, that brings us to the end of our time, so I'd like to call a close to the Global Arts Pact Town Hall. First of all, to thank our speakers for such wonderful contributions. Also to thank our audience for the contributions and all the helpers over on the side, Jasmine and all your team over there, for producing such a wonderful and really productive and I think really important discussion. So round of applause for everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, really? Oh.